Anybody out there? I see a go, go, go. Go, go, go in chat. For some reason, my software here is not happy. It went very well last time. I thought it worked pretty great, but today it is not working so great. My scheduled live stream did not show up. And I don't see the chat showing up on the overlay. Is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, I see someone waves. Okay. Okay, so it is working. Great. Great, great. So that's good news. That is good news. I was scared there for a minute. How's everyone going? Huh? Hello, John McCann. Hello. Seems to be working out. Good, good. You can hear me? You can hear me talk? I'm going to adjust the camera just a little bit. You'll just excuse me lowering it down a hair so it can clear. It's clearing the monitor I have right here. You can still see me. Okay. Oh. There we go. Your dogs are making noises at me. Hello. Ooh, hang on 1 second. Ooh, thank you. I did not expect this, but I have a snack to begin with. Great. Thank you, thank you. Want to say hello?
No.
No? They can hear you say no, by the way. Want to come over?
Hi.
Hello. She brought me food.
Yes. Well, you asked for it, so.
Yes. I only half expected to get it.
Oh, were you joking? I can take
No,
this back.
no, leave it. Leave it. It's good. It's zucchini pancakes and stuff. I'm not going to be eating on stream. That's not
Why
like the point
not?
of the show.
But
I'll eat, but like this isn't an eating stream.
you know what it's called?
What?
You don't know what it's called? The thing that the Korean culture kind of made it a
A
trend.
mukbang?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mukbang.
What? I'm sorry. I mispronounced it.
Mukbang.
But that's like eating tons of food and doing it grossly into the microphone. I'm not going to be doing that.
That's an ASMR.
Yeah, well, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, but you can still enjoy it.
I'm still going to eat it.
No.
I think I've killed enough time. People should have shown up. So one last question. Was anybody waiting for the scheduled live stream? Because I couldn't make this thing work with the scheduled live stream. Also, how is the audio levels? That's those two questions. Can you hear me talk?
I'm going to go, though, because we have a
She's going to go.
4-year-old
Because
upstairs.
the kids, yeah.
But good to see you guys. Have fun.
We are going to have fun. Probably less fun than I expected. But I'll get to that in just a second. I'm going to adjust this back up. Because I'm prepared. I'm not prepared. That's actually the problem. The issue we're having today is that... Okay, clear as a bell. Perfect. Excellent. Thank you, thank you. So the issue we're having here is I got this printer that I started building last time in the last live stream. I started building this. I finished building it after the live stream. Went way faster when I wasn't actually like doing it on stream. Then I did, the setup as per the instructions. Printed a Benchy. The Benchy looks. It looks like a Benchy. What do you want me to say? It looks pretty good, right? Is that in focus? Focus. See, not a bad Benchy. The letters came out. I literally just set it up as per the instructions and ran the thing, and it worked. Then I got a little more ambitious. It also had a Triceratops skull. I ran that. I didn't take the support material off of it because I'm kind of lazy. But I mean, it's got good texture. So I think, by all accounts, the printer works. So it's looking good. Now that it's working, I'm going to, or I planned on messing with it just a little bit and getting started with this multi-material upgrade. I have the handbook here. These do not come with an instruction book. The instructions are online. I should probably respond to chat. People are talking. Okay. Philip, hello. David says no spaghetti. No, it's zucchini pancakes. I don't actually like spaghetti that much. Come to think of it, it's probably my least favorite pasta of all of the pastas. It is my least favorite. You need that food. It's very good. It is very tasty food. Hang on, just getting my windows set up. So let's get to the part where I'm not prepared. So this kit here was given to me very generously by a patron. I won't give out his name, but he's super nice. I'll just let you know that he's a super nice guy. And I could not put it on my old printer, which is over there, which is a Mark IIs. This needs a Mark 2.5s or a Mark 3s, or I guess more accurately a Mark 3s Plus, which is what this is. This kit, I got out of the kit, built it, works great. Now we're going to stick this on it. This kit, when I got it, he included some really cool things, which we'll go over. But what I didn't include is the printed parts. Now it's supposed to come with those parts, but you can also print them. They have the things on the website, the STL files. So me being so well prepared for this, I didn't print those out, and I didn't check to make sure I had everything until about 10 minutes before I started the camera. So I have this set up. Hopefully it works. We'll screen share, and I'm going to go on the website, get all the STL files, get them printed, plug it into this thing, and let her rip. We're going to do that tonight. And then next time, hopefully sooner than a month or whatever it's been since the last one, I'll actually assemble it. I think it'll go pretty quick because like the really complicated part is this bit. And as you can see, it's all assembled already. So that's the plan for tonight. That and eating this thing. So how's everyone else's weekend going? We already have way more people watching this stream than the last one. I mean, the last one was like July 4th or like a weekend where like everyone's out blowing stuff up. Who wants to be inside like watching someone struggle to make a 3D printer, right? Scott says, good luck. Thank you. I'm going to want that good luck. I also changed the settings to have a little less latency. So there hopefully won't be like 2 minutes between you talking and me responding to it. But let me know either way, I suppose. I mean, everyone starts a 3D printer thing by eating something on camera, right? Isn't that right? I don't know. So I'm gonna get these out. Basically what this does, this kit takes this thing, which is big and very complicated, with a 3D printer eating them, yeah. This will take 5 filaments in these 5 holes up in the top. Don't think I've seen people eat pancakes with chopsticks. Well, it's like some Korean food, so you gotta when in Rome, you gotta eat with the proper food, the proper utensils. 5 filaments. I think this has 5 filaments and it feeds it through a tube here. Where is it? One of these. And instead of the old multi-material thing, which fed the 4, it was only 4, the 4 filaments all fed into the print head. This feeds 5 filaments into this, and then this feeds into the print head. So the way that works, I think, I'm not 100% here, it takes the filament, pushes it through, then it retracts it all the way back into this beast, I think, and then puts in the new one. And because of that, I have these. These look kind of interesting. They go with this. See, it's on like a ramp. So as it's, I think, yeah, like this. As it's pulling the filament out, it pulls the filament up here, and then when it retracts, it actually self-winds back up. That way you don't have filament getting all tangled. Those things pop into these bases, which, like 5-gallon buckets, are fused together with the power of a million suns. I should probably get it on camera there. Filament goes on there, pulls it, then when it retracts, it self-rolls back up again. Isn't that neat? That's pretty cool. And he printed these in some kind of like color change filament, which reminded me of, there's yarn you can get that does that. So if you knit a scarf, it does that. It's kind of neat. The print quality looks pretty good. Oh, it's stuck. There it goes. Okay, cool. So that's what we got there. They are not for an indoor beehive, indeed. And 5 filaments. I'm looking at my wall. I don't have that many filaments over there. I have kind of a clearish red that I use for the lights on the Jeep, the tail lights, a blue, a yellow, a clear, a white, and then a giant roll of clear. And then this is a roll of silver. And then I have a couple other filaments packed away somewhere. But I'm going to have to probably get just a couple more colors so I can actually use it. But it also allows you to print in, like, say you can print 3 colors and one of them like flexy things for like handles on top, and then a 5th one can be like a what's it called, soluble support, like water soluble supports. So you can print with all the supports, and then you can just, like, you know, dissolve the supports away, and then you have your part without needing to sit there and like break all the supports off, which should be pretty fun. I've never actually tried soluble supports, but I've never had multiple materials to work with before. Let's see. So cool. Yes, I agree. I agree very much. Less cool. I'm going to take another bite here. Less cool because I don't know why, but I don't like watching people eat on camera. So, but I'm going to eat on camera. In the meantime, I'm just going to put these together because these are kind of neat. Ugh. Anyone else out there? Has anyone else out there used one of these multi-material things before? Because I'm definitely going to need to do some reading to figure out how the slicer is going to work. Wooden Metal Workshop, hello! Welcome, good sir. As long as you can't hear me chew, that's good. Okay. I'm not. This is not very crunchy stuff, and I'm actually quite a ways away from the microphone here. Although this is very sensitive, as we noticed last time when there was a hot mic incident. There we go. I think they're going like that. Anyone else use the multi-material upgrade? Hot Mike, he was there. John knows what I'm talking about. Only ever use resin printers. Filament types are too voodoo. See, to me, the resin printers are kind of voodoo, right? Because they use like lasers and stuff. And light reactive goo. What are we building today? We are building parts of the multi-material upgrade for the Prusa Mark IIIS Plus printer that I put together last stream. Well, started putting together last stream. Here. I have, for anyone who didn't see before, I printed the standard Banshee after I got it set up. And I printed the Triceratops skull, which I haven't cleaned up yet. It works. Printer works. I can't say for sure if this printer, this is a Mark IIIS Plus, I can't say for sure if the Mark IIIS Plus works better than the Mark IIS, which I have over there, because really both of them printed the Banshees, and I don't see anything wrong with them. So how do you get better, you know? I didn't expect it to be much better because I've really not had any problems with the Mark IIS. I think the prints come out great pretty much all the time, like 90% of the time. I don't even have a fuss. I just hit the button, leave, and it works, which is pretty great for a printer, at least as far as I'm led to believe. Only use analog metal printing. Welding, I imagine you mean. Welding. Welding is very nice. There's some pretty cool sculptures people can do with welders. You know, so it's like manual analog 3D printing of metal. Like they'll just build it up from weld rod. You know, it's pretty cool. There we go. There we go. 5 filament retractors put together. You also have these. What are these for? I think these might be like this to like hold the filament in. I imagine something like that. Stop it from just rattling around. Sorry you're late. No problem. I haven't really done much. I've just snapped some stuff together. You've missed my excuses for why we're not going to be doing what I thought we were going to be doing today. So printer's footprint is 1x2 to 5x2. I suppose. Okay, let's see. Okay, not sure what this is. I imagine it has something to do with these. Am I missing something? I have 4 of them. No, I have 5 of them. Okay, 5 of them. Did it go on here or something? Allow you to bolt it to something? I don't know. If someone knows what that is, let me know. I have 5. They match the materials used to print these, so I assume they're with that. Oh, I've also realized I have another light over here. Not using my other light. Okay, it feeds through these tubes. Let me just double check. Huh. Okay, I have 6 tubes. Okay, looks to me like 5 of them long, 1 short. This must connect this thing to the extruder. These 5 must connect somewhere else. Not certain because I don't have all the parts or the instructions. I also have these. This is the hardware. We got a wrench. We got those little acupuncture needles used to clear up the ends. Spares, maybe spares. Tiny little tweezer, that might be handy. Magnets, that must be part of the filament sensor. 2 more of these. And this, which is actually a nozzle cover. Helps stop the nozzle from getting a little bit goopy. Like it stops it from getting like crud built up on it, I believe. I think that's what this is for. Yeah, it's about that shape. Don't worry about that in a minute. Okay, I have the 3D printing handbook right here. It came with a handbook, but it didn't come with the assembly instructions. Let's see. Okay, there's a buffer. So there's a part called a buffer. I do not believe I have a buffer. I see. There's a big part there. The buffer. I'm going to need to acquire a buffer. Off topic, do you think you can melt copper with coal? Probably. You would need a lot of air. I mean, because think like coal, blacksmiths use coal for forge welding, and that's over the temperature required for copper melting. But solid fuels like that are kind of a hassle. Like once I switch to propane, I kind of don't want to do anything else. I just don't believe I'm going to do any metal anything other than propane when it comes to melting anything anymore, because charcoal, mostly what I used, was tons of work and it was very filthy, and you need to keep buying like big sacks of the stuff, and it makes your face all covered with like coal dust, and not fun. It was not enjoyable. Okay, so let's see. Buffer. Do not have the buffer. Anyway, so that's all the parts that I had in this kit. I'm going to stick them back, especially these little ones so I don't lose them. We are going to transition to black lung. Yes, exactly. Black lung. You get very, very dirty looking. we are going to transition. Hold on. Pulled up the directions. That's right. We're going to switch to this one. Isn't this image fun? So here we have the list of parts. So I'm going to find, let's see, Mark 3S to MMU 2S. Yes, this is it. The upgrade. Download that. Excellent. Gonna hide my folders from you. It's not that bad. You can see it's like picture of cars and a Miata and Kerbal Space Program. Very exciting, right? Now I generally use Cura, which I'm trying to find on the other monitor. Where's my mouse? There it is. Thought you were in the wrong place. Hello, what's going on, Armageddon Fantasy? I am printing some stuff for a prawn folder spotted. Well, you're not going to find any of those. What is this? What is this telling me? My other monitor's like super far away. I just don't want like family pictures and stuff up. Oh. Blocked. No. Open Cura. Let me see Cura. Okay. Cura's opening on the other page. So we're gonna open up Cura. And I'm gonna get that STL, drag it over here. Cannot import file. Great. Oh, it's a zip. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I am going to bring this over here. Whoops, no. Come back. You're not going to see any family pictures because they're not here. Extract. You're going to see, take a look at this rust. Look at that. It's a friend of mine's car. It's not great. I mean, it's a great car, but it's not good looking, I should say. So a tip for anyone with multi monitors, don't put your second monitor 10 feet away from you. It's not great. Okay, here we go. Buffer. Okay, so here it is. How to print parts. Let's just drag these over one at a time. Okay, boop, boop. So that's why I don't have the buffer. Gotta print the buffer. Get that one, and look at that. All of the buffer parts fit all at once. Let's see, what am I looking at? One, unfortunately, no. I'm sorry to say you're not going to find any of that. Watching the recursive lag is kind of cool. Yeah, you can kind of, can you see the chat anymore? I mean, I guess this you can see the chat. Hello. Hello. Chat revenue 0. How is that possible? Oh, right, it's off. Can you believe you can actually like turn this on and put on ads in a live stream? Like, how annoying would that be? You're watching a live stream and they keep like, I want some money. Click and like pump out a bunch of ads. Okay. It's been so long since I've used Cura. How does it even work? I don't want to mess with those. Do I just click slice? What are my settings? Oh, here we go. Oh, 3D lab print plane. No, I don't want that. Sure. I think I had these all set already. So we're just gonna slice that. Great, and oh, I'm gonna have to walk over there and get something. Eddie the Grouch, hello. Ads on a live stream. That's EA levels of toxic. I know, right? Just slice. Okay, got it. Now I'm gonna have to go find the chip. Here's the chip. I show the camera that you can't see because I'm in the wrong thing. The chip. Are you going to cast this? Probably not. These are just printed parts. All right, questions for anybody out there who does 3D printing. Do you prefer Cura or the other one, Slicer with the 3 instead of the E? Or do you prefer something else? I've only used Cura or Slicer because they are free. But I'm willing to entertain dissenting opinions. What do you think? Get one of those fancy doohickeys when you can print a hot ham and cheese. Well, you can print a lot of stuff. You can print concrete, you can print clay, you can print plastic, metal. You can print in metal, sintered metal. You can also print. I've seen like medical things, like printing organs, like printing like living cells. So you can probably print a ham and cheese. I mean, it just takes money, startup money, and a couple engineers who are very hungry, and there you go. You'll have a printer printing metal or printing ham and cheese. You use Cura as well. That's good. I've noticed with the slicing programs, there are some files that Cura doesn't like and Slicer does like, and vice versa. Some that only Cura will slice properly. Okay, here we go. Checking file. Bed heating. Cardinal sin. I just touched the thing. Lychee. What is that? Need a multi-spool unit for dairy, protein, carbs. Yeah, see, there you go. Eventually, just have like, hit it with the alcohol. They say in the manual, don't hit it with the alcohol when it's all the way warmed up, because the alcohol will just evaporate before it can actually do anything. They also, this could come with 2 different print beds, a smooth one and a textured one. And the textured one, they said, do not use acetone. You need to preheat the bed on those. Yes, the bed heats itself. So the bed, right now, the bed's heating and the nozzle's heating. And it's heating up to 60 Celsius and the nozzle's heating up to 200 Celsius, which I really think should be more than that, shouldn't it? What's up with this preset? Oh, well, you can change it like while in the middle while it's running. Since this is the star of the show right now, I should bring it a little bit closer. Because nothing ever goes wrong when you move a printer while it's trying to run, right? Anycubic Mono X resin printer. So I assume resin printers probably need a different kind of slicer. Is that right? I mean, I assume so. I assume that would be it. 200 is good for PLA. Yeah, 200 is usually in range. I mean, with the other printer I have, I usually print it at like 215. 215, 220, but that's with a different brand of filament. I usually use atomic filament, and this is Prusa, whatever Prusa sells as their own. I don't know if they make it or someone else. I am the star of the show. Then we're in trouble. We are very much in trouble. Ooh, we got some ooze. Yeah, this Prusa filament, I kind of like it. It comes up very nice. The issue is shipping from the Czech Republic, but atomic filament, I think they're just coming from Indiana, and I'm in Wisconsin, so the shipping is really cheap. I don't know what it is, but shipping is not bad. Oh, it's alive. It's going. Can you hear that going down? You know, while it's printing, this is actually quieter than the Mark IIs. It's still not quiet though. Partly because of this table. This is that that sewing table that I made for my wife, I've taken it over yet again. And it is not well enough supported. The lid isn't well enough, not the lid, the top. So I can actually flex it up and down from underneath a fair amount. And I know I put that brace in the middle, but it really needs a stiffer top. 8K printer with a 6-inch screen. That sounds pretty insane. Is that a fried egg on the nest? This? No, this is a zucchini pancake, which my wife gave me. I was not expecting it. I was very happy. It's going! This little squeezed out thing doesn't look so good. The little first primer run. See, now it's going. It sounds pretty good. I'm just gonna test it out. I'm gonna see if whatever my settings were before actually work on this thing. Now this is a zucchini pancake, and this is soy sauce. And these are the most difficult chopsticks I've ever learned to use. So like if you noticed before, my wife's Korean, so we eat chopsticks, and up until I met her, I only used like those disposable wood ones that you get at the Chinese like buffets and stuff. And did you level it? I did all the setup required, but this one has magnets in the bed, so that little dance it does at the beginning checks the location of the magnets and self-adjusts in case of variation. And there's a manual bed leveling that you can do if it doesn't automatically do it right out of the box, but it did it right out of the box. Like, it was fine. Like, I had to get the level, like the Z height just right, especially important on the Mark III because this bed is a removable steel sheet, but it just worked. And these chopsticks, difficult to use because they're kind of thin. They're also metal and they're smooth. Got used to the Korean metal chopsticks. Yeah, smooth Korean metal chopsticks. Now the other ones feel like chunky in my hands. They're not as comfy. Plus these ones it's easier to cut stuff. I still have some issues. I have a little bit of motor, like fine motor skill issues. Made worse by the fact that when I had carpal tunnel in this hand, I never fully got all my feeling back, so these fingers are always just a hair numb, so I drop stuff a lot. But all of the really bad stuff about carpal tunnel went away completely, like the burning feeling and the waking up in the middle of the night and my hands just going numb middle of the workday. That all went away completely. And there we go. So, can you hear this thing working? That's my question. Because it's running at 100% speed. I know the Mark IIs has a quiet setting, and I've never used it. I didn't think it was that loud. This might have a quiet setting too. I haven't checked. I'm probably not going to check. Just going to check my Z height. Actually, it's working pretty good. Looks good to me. Another question. Heard it start, nothing now. Should cast bronze cop stick? Well, like a billy club, like a British cop nightstick kind of thing. Man, out of bronze, that would be heavy. You would go hungry. Yes, it's like it would be a great diet plan. Can't believe, yeah, well, even crazier, I'm using a Yeti mic, the microphone that like everybody uses, and they're super sensitive. And the microphone is actually closer to the printer, like me, printer, microphone. So the printer is closer. Sorry to bother you with something unrelated. Talk all you want about anything unrelated. That's what this is going to be. Try to temper your graphite crucible. Ran it for over 40 minutes. Crucible is white now. White. A graphite crucible. Not so sure it should be white. How would it go white? What color was it before? Can I catch a bug? No, I can't. Definitely not. White. So it was black? Huh. Is it covered in soot? Is that why it went white? What are you using for fuel? And where did you get the crucible? Propane. Huh. Don't usually get a lot of soot with propane. Y'all have a great night. Okay. Thank you very much. Wood and Metal Workshop, everyone go check him out. He does a lot of welding stuff, as he said, and fixing a truck, and just general fabrication stuff. He's a very good guy, too. Years ago, he stopped by for a visit, and we had a great time. Not if you cast the top and make a tang? I think it might be too hot, like white hot. Red should be hot enough. Yeah, so the graphite crucibles can handle a lot of temperature, but it is possible to get them too hot. They have a limited lifespan at the top temperature. The hotter they get, the shorter their life. Like, they can only handle white hot for so long. What 3D printer do you recommend for a beginner? If you can afford it, I would get a Prusa, this one, Mark III S Plus. This was a kit, so I had to build it. My first one was a Prusa Mark II S over there. That one was pre-built when I got it. Great thing with that, pull it out of the box, set it down, plug it in, and it worked. Didn't have to screw around with it. So it got rid of a lot of the problems. So I didn't have to figure out, is it not working because something's wrong with the printer or the slicer, or am I just an idiot? Like, it ruled out a bunch of things, like right off the bat, because it worked out of the box. And this one, I built it as a kit, which I think I recommend, because if you build it as a kit and then you have to take something apart later, you've already built it, so you already know how to take it apart later. When my Mark II S had what happened with mine, this wire right here connects to that magnetic sensor, the Pinda probe, broke inside. I didn't know how to get it out because I had never put it in, but this one I put it in. Sounds like it should feed some copper and have fun. Yeah, it was glowing red. Okay, red hot should be hot enough. Go for it. What's the worst that can happen? Yeah. Molten copper all over your legs. I mean, that would be pretty bad. Probably shout at them angrily before you use them. Yeah, I mean, that helps. That does help. If you're just now tempering the crucible, wait for it to cool down to room temperature and look it over, and then use it to make sure it's not broke or something. Do you have an opinion on cavitation of coolant on engine design? No clue. Every time you see me, you want to melt metal, Rory. Well, I mean, I did some of that recently. You saw it. I got way more of that aluminum to melt too. I discovered, I'm not sure I talked about this enough in the video, that those crucible tongs were great. They worked perfectly good. I was really feeling kind of sketchy holding that whole crucible filled right to the brim. Probably never going to fill it to the brim again. I'm going to give it like an inch on the top. And I was thinking the bigger crucible is considerably larger and heavier with nothing in it, and it holds more. So if I were to fill that one to the brim, it would be so much more risky. I'm not even going to try it. I'm going to build another set of crucible tongs, probably like just one of those lifting rings, the traditional ones that everyone uses. I'm just going to build one of those for the big crucible. We're almost done with the first layer. I only see one issue. One tiny little string kind of pulled up. Let's see if that becomes a problem. The rest of it looks alright though. Cool, thanks. No problem. Just try to be safe. I don't know why I keep gesturing with these. I don't really have any food left here. This is more of a snack. I generally don't eat much on Saturdays, I'm so busy. See, this is where a fork works a lot better. I'm gonna set this aside. Make a set that attaches to a hip holder. You can balance the weight better. That's not a bad idea. Some way to hold up the weight. Prusa Mark III, you're right. Yes, it is a Mark III S Plus that I just built about a couple weeks ago. And now we are printing the parts, the printable parts, for the MMU... What is it? It's like a jumble of letters. MMU 2S upgrade kit. Multi-material 2S. Yes. That is what we are doing. Because I did not print them ahead of time. But now you can see the printer in action to prove that it was actually set up right. Relatively. And we printed this Benchy. It looks very nice. It looks like a Benchy. There's very, very minor stringing. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Very minor stringing. Much less than I've had with certain other filaments. It looks good. It was very easy to put together. So I put on the stream, the last live stream, I spent 6 hours or so and put like a third of it together, and then I put the following 2/3 of it together in like 3 hours because I wasn't on stream. Went really fast. Alright, now it's filling in. It's doing its dance. How many steps does it take to zero out a piece of equipment? Define zero out a piece of equipment. You watch way too much YouTube. Yeah, you and me both. You know, I don't actually watch a lot of YouTube. I listen to a lot of YouTube. So when I'm working, I have to drive between houses, and my phone will just Bluetooth to the truck, and it just like plays whatever video I was watching. It's usually those where like the guy's talking a lot. You know, like the Simon Whistler kind of videos where he's just reading a script. Because I don't have to watch them, because obviously I'm watching the road. I'm not like looking at a phone, but it just plays through the audio. It's like listening to the radio, but I don't listen to the radio because who does that anymore? Like really. This machine. Well, this. What do you mean zero it out? I mean, I'm sure that's pretty common. Everyone watches too much YouTube. And I'm going to admit, I splurge for YouTube Premium, so I don't have to listen to ads on my phone. And you can play with YouTube Premium. You can shut your phone screen off, and it'll still play. It's like I said, I'm not watching it anyway. I'm listening to it, and it'll Bluetooth to the truck, the work truck, and not burn up my battery, which is great. I go a whole day of just constantly listening to things on my phone. How long have we been streaming? 43 minutes. So there's not a lot I can do now at this point other than wait for these things to print. Yeah, that one sketchy looking spot. It's not that bad. Watch YouTube at home, listening and driving, very little time, film your own projects and edit them. It is challenging. You might have noticed I took like a 3-month break. 3-month, not so much break. What is making it accurate? These machines, unlike other 3D printers, these have 9 magnets embedded in this heat bed and a sensor on the head here. So before it starts, it goes around and it senses where those magnets are to get a sense of if the bed is warped or like out of square or tracking goofy, and it automatically corrects for them. That's what this thing uses, or that's why the Prusa printers are very user-friendly, I think. I think it's the main thing. This one's got other things, like if it runs out of filament, there's a filament sensor, it'll stop. If it you set something here and the bed rams into it, it'll actually stop until you move the thing. It won't just continue failing for hours, wasting all your filament. Yeah, it's working. I think my Z height actually needs to be a little bit lower. But we'll see. It's PLA, so it's very, very user-friendly. I used to use pirated mods for that feature, play via browser with plugins. Yeah, well, if I'm playing on a browser, I mean, I have plug-in browsers, sure. But I just like the ease of the app. Plus that's handy, not wasting your filament. Yeah, so that's inside here. There's this little thing. It does this, right? And there's a magnet pushing, I think the magnet pushes them apart. And the only way to get them to close is if filament goes through it and pushes it together. So that's the sensor. If the filament runs out, the magnets push the thing apart and knows there's no filament and it stops. Filaments absorb moisture, keep silica packets with stringing. Yeah, that does help. This filament was new right out of the box. Like I pulled it out of the pack, the vacuum seal with the silica, stuck it on there, hit go. Got a tiny bit of stringing. Although I have noticed that with the blue filament, I have this opaque blue filament. I think I got to print a Corsair 3D printed plane. And I printed some other stuff. That stuff strings like mad. And stuff from the same company, the Clear, doesn't. Never like to trust your YouTube account with a modded app. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. That's probably a good idea. I mean, especially because I kind of need this account to work. Manual bed leveling is the worst part. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I have never had to do that, so I'm feeling kind of spoiled. 3D printed sculpture, castable resin, make a mold, make a bronze, suspend a slurry. That would work. The channel Blackbeard Projects. Blackbeard Projects has done wax filament. He sent me what kind of filament it is like 2 years ago, and I haven't got any. Do you do your AutoCAD yourself? Yes, I use Fusion 360 primarily. I can't see it easy. I can't see it easily and bring it up on the screen. Hello, ZBrush. I like the direct drive of this. Back in a bit. No problem. We'll see ya. Rubber mold, pull out of the kiln, drown in water. Vulcanized. I've never looked into vulcanized rubber. PVA filament, like the glue. PVA filament, like printer filament. Another thing I'm going to have to do, and I realize I'm just talking when I said I was going to be building something. Another thing I have to do is a table setup for this printer and the other one. Mostly to get this printer enough room for the multiple filaments. Now I'm thinking I got the filaments hanging up there above the other printer off of a shelf, and the weight of the filament is actually damaging the shelf. It's starting to bend it. So that's not going to work. So I'm going to need to do a whole new thing. And I actually have over here, that you can't see, a old printer table. If you remember the old dot matrix printers, where they had like the paper was like folded up and the printer would pull it up and that. It's one of those tables, so it's got a big slot in it. It's pretty stout. It's to hold one of them big old school printers. I might try to make a 3D printer table out of the dot matrix printer table. That might be interesting. Should probably try to clean this up too. Is the world made of Play-Doh? Maybe. It doesn't smell like Play-Doh. Now I used to be super careful taking out, like trying to get the support material off. Now I don't care. I just grab with pliers and just twist and crank away. I have broken quite a few prints because of that, but generally the prints that I make don't need the supports anyway, because most of the stuff I make is small and it tends to be very simple shaped because they're just tools. Yeah, there we go. Time to get the support out of the Triceratops schnoz. Dinosaurs have extra cavities inside their skull. And I'm glad whoever modeled this actually modeled that part, like hollow. Weird thought I just had. You know those like ASMR channels where it's just people working? Has anyone ever come up with a channel where it's just a camera live streaming a printer running? Like just with printer sounds? That would be interesting. Resin 3D printer, see how that works. Interesting. Resin 3D printers. I wouldn't mind trying out a resin 3D printer. The cost is a little prohibitive. Yeah, the guy who sent me this kit, he's got a resin printer. I think he said it's half the size. The print area is half the size of a Mark III. And He said the print quality is amazing, the smell is terrible, and the cleanup is horrible. So he's probably going to stick with FDM printers. Hello, Killits Gaming. Hello, I recognize that name. We are currently printing parts on this printer to modify this printer. It is 3% of the way. PVA filament used in metal casts, melting temperature so low. Put in sand and pour. Interesting, so it could be like lost foam, only just straight up filament. Small prints but high resolution. Yes, that's what I've heard. I can see some pretty great applications for small prints with high resolution. Because I've noticed, I don't know what other people think, but I've noticed everything I want to print is about this big or it's this big. So it's either ridiculously huge or no bigger than this. Whoops. Well, now we've stress tested the horns. They can handle impact. I've cleaned this. Check this out. Come over here. Take a look at that resolution. So this is printed like that. So this was over the support material and it captured the ridges. The ridges are captured, whatever that lump is. You know, the teeth. You can kind of see teeth in the mouth, and then I got this big opening because I think it's an herbivore. Not bad for right out of the box with no adjusting any settings or anything. You can kind of see this goofy stuff happening, but that happens. Any layer lines? Yes. You can probably see. If you look really close, you can see layer lines. Hello from Australia, and you're left-handed. Hello, Paul Andrews. Where's that Benchy? So the Benchy, over here, that doesn't look bad. Yeah, in person, it looks pretty good. You can kind of see the layer lines on the Benchy, like on the roof. But it came out pretty good, and this is just straight out of the box. No fiddling with settings. I just selected the Benchy and hit go. Because this came preloaded. The chip they sent with it came preloaded with a few prints. One of them's a Benchy, and I think it just pretty much worked. Like even that big, the bridge across the front doesn't look too bad. Not bad. Speaking of not bad, this isn't looking too bad. I wonder if I can grab the camera and get a closer look. Or if it'll shout at me. Let's hope this doesn't cause major problems. I have no promises I can get it close enough. Okay, that's all the closer I can get. I'm going to zoom. Back there was where I saw a problem. You can see the little bit poking up. Well, I guess you can't now. But the rest of it's working pretty good. Oh, there you go. Little bit poking up. Seems to be working quite well though. About 3 a.m. in the Netherlands. Wow. Well, thanks for staying up late. Thanks for stopping by. Go see if you can find your bed. That is a good idea. So, question. When I get this thing going, what do you think I should print? Open question. I'm going to have the ability to print 5 filaments. Most of the filaments I have are PLA. Is that clear? No, this is the silver looking, it's the same stuff this is printed with. It's the silvery PLA. Any reasons for the slow print settings? Nope, I didn't change the settings. I just popped it into Cura and said slice. At least that little bit is out of the good print, yes. We'll see how it goes. Print another printer. Well, that would be fun. Eventually, someone's gonna have a home printer that's also gonna print like circuit boards and like wiring and stuff. That would be cool. If you could just print everything in place. A toy plane. You like the other toy planes I made? I think I have one of those down here actually. Hang on. This is unfinished, but it's part of a plane. This was printed in clear. You can kind of see the clear. Maybe one day I'll finish those. Have any tips for casting 3D objects? Always remember shrinkage, and any thick parts, you must have a feeder or you will have shrinkage. So thin parts will freeze first. And if the thick parts freeze last and there's no way feeding more metal into them, you will get sinkholes, like big sink spots. You can get conductive filament. You do have a multi-filament printer, you can totally make a 3D sculpture that's got the electric pathways. That's interesting. What kind of resistance are we talking with the conductive filament? Like, would it be equivalent of like aluminum wire or something? Like, probably not as good as straight copper wire, but anything would be neat. That would be pretty interesting. Ralph, okay, you're off to bed. All right, thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. 3 a.m. That's real dedication. I used to stay up that late all the time. Not anymore. Now if I do that, I feel like I'm going to die the next day. Can't get away with that. We're at 4%, so safe to say we're not making it to the end of this print during this stream. That's a lot of zeros, ohm per centimeter. That's pretty good. That's actually surprising. So on something small, like anything I would print, anything small enough, that's essentially nothing. Now, like it wouldn't add up to 1/10 of an ohm. How to make one of those things? This the printer. You buy a kit and then build it. It's this one. I can't see the camera. There we go. It's this thing. Prusa Mark III S Plus. Available from Prusa Research. Print a small gladiator helmet in 2-piece cast in aluminum bronze. That would be pretty crazy. That would be awesome. That would be a heavy helmet. Were the original like gladiator ones cast? I imagine they would have been hammered out of sheet, because like cast, they would be like 20 or 30 pounds. That's a good way to give your gladiators a neck ache, that's for sure. Also, have you seen some like authentic gladiator helmets? They had a whole bunch of different like classes of gladiator and crazy outfits. What's the price on that printer? A lot. 4 printers, they're pretty expensive. I think it was like $700. Like it's not cheap. It's more if you want them pre-built. I built this one because you can save $200 if you build it yourself, and I definitely wanted to save $200. Still going okay, it looks like. Print a small helmet. I could probably do that. I really do need to try the lost PLA casting again, because I didn't really have a great way to cure the mold. I also didn't have the right plaster. But now I have like an extra couple of furnaces. I can do whatever I want, like 6 or 8 inches. That would be neat. Ender Pro was cheap. Several upgrades later, still cheap. Print logo cast in silver. That would be cool, except I don't have any silver. That big silver casting I didn't supply the silver, and I didn't keep it afterwards. The people who supplied the silver took the sword with them. How much do you think a lost PLA full-size human skull would weigh in solid copper? No idea, but that would be awesome. That would be very tricky to cast, actually. How would you make the mold? Because the skull is hollow. So if you wanted like one solid, like, so the brain cavity is solid, that would be crazy heavy. It would also be incredibly difficult to cast because you would have thin spots, like here, thin spots. The jaw's not very thick, and then you would have this huge solid lump. So you would have like all the bones around here would freeze. The copper would freeze first, and then you would have a big liquid center in the brain. And one thing I noticed, pouring pure copper ingots, the outside freezes, and then as it's freezing, it's shrinking, and the liquid inside will break through and squirt out, and it ends up looking really, really kind of gross. There was a story, I think, a while ago, some famous engineer guy wanted a 1 foot cube of solid copper, and after a lot of trying, they figured that casting a solid copper cube without any voids in it, without any flaws, was essentially impossible. So to cast copper in general is very hard, and to cast a solid skull would be very hard. But getting the mold right so that it's more like the shell, like an actual skull with the big hollow in the middle, making that mold would be very hard. I'm not sure how you could do it. You would have to do it in ceramic shell. Bingo. He's right. Ceramic shell, something like that. And even then, like, that would be very difficult. That would be a very difficult mold to make. That's usually why when you see a skull, a casting of a skull, even in plastic, and you look like up close, it's actually pretty bad looking. Like the details are gone and it's not very accurate. A lot of them tend to be very thick. Some of them aren't too bad. You want the really good ones, the really good plastic castings, the models of bones. There used to be a company called Bone Clones, where you could get replicas of a lot of famous archaeological skulls, and they looked really good, but they were really not cheap. There's a percentage you upgrade your cast size based on the metal you're casting. Yeah, if it's aluminum, it's like a 1/4 inch over a foot or something. Copper, I'm not sure. I think very few things shrink as much as aluminum. Got the 3D image from the Smithsonian. Okay, that's cool. I know some places like that have 3D printed, or have 3D scanned prints, like, that you can just download. I think My Mini Factory, you can get a lot of things. Remember that spear, that aluminum bronze spear I cast? That was a 3D print from a model that I downloaded. Do you do any machining? Not really. I am theoretically building a gingery lathe. So I've done very little machining. Any machining that I did was on a machine that someone brought and showed me how to use, and it was brief. Sodium silicate is extremely useful in a lot of ways. Like, I can't even... Every hobby I get into, it seems like there's a use for sodium silicate somewhere, usually more than one. You're about to go. Ryan Motley. 0.6% for small parts, 1.2% for larger. Good info there. I don't know what the numbers are off the top of my head, but I do know you can get special rulers, like a straight ruler for aluminum, and it'll be upsized the correct amount. So if you're making a pattern for an aluminum casting, you can make it to the pattern. Where do you get STL files? My Mini Factory or Thingiverse are the two that I primarily go to. This is actually worth a look. Hang on. We're going to go to screen share. This is where I go to get a lot of stuff. I am currently not logged in, apparently. Oh, there we go. Logged in. I haven't logged in here in a long time. I have a couple of things. the sand rammer. Looks like someone, this is not my picture. Someone printed that and uploaded that picture, which you can do on this website. I also printed the gingery lathe split nut. This is a casting pattern required later on. And then that handle thing there. A couple other casting things. Openers open. I remember that. That didn't work. Don't print that. On the hammer and core pattern. So that was the core. And that was the pattern. So basically, you ram that up in the sand, take it out, then you ram a bunch of sand in there. I would print this split. So ram the sand in there and then stick the sand core in there and then pour the casting into that. So if you want to make a replica of that hammer that I made earlier, 55 people downloaded it. Those are on My Mini Factory for free for you. You're getting a Southern STL if you get it from Thangiverse. That makes sense. I like puns. Do you know the difference between a fiddle and a violin? That's a setup. There are many answers to that joke. Yegi is good. I've heard of that. Thingiverse, what do you use mostly? Yeah, I've used Thingiverse too. Thingiverse. I've used this one too, although I use it probably less and less as time went on. Just because, I don't know, it seems like a lot of this stuff, a lot of the files were kind of like meh. I didn't really like them. I mostly don't like using the website. You know, and like, what the crap is this? Why do I have an ad? Look at this. Do you do nothing? Do you do nothing, ad block? Come on. A fiddle has strings. Yeah. Strings instead of strings. Groan. Hey, some puns are good. I don't even know what to check here. I'm trying to type. Fancy Benchy. Pretty crazy boat. It just seems like there's like millions and millions of things on Thingiverse, and it's difficult to separate the good ones from the bad ones. Whereas My Mini Factory, it seems like things are a lot better. See, this one, it doesn't like to publish this one because I never uploaded a picture of it actually printed. Even though, I mean, clearly it works because I printed it. And if you watched the videos from a couple of years ago, you saw me using the printer of that. uBlock Origin works now, unlike AdBlock, which auto allows ads that pays for it. Interesting, I've heard about that. uBlock Origin, okay. I'll have to look into that. Interesting. What? Benchy with cannons? I think the thing I like about My Mini Factory is that a lot of the parts are like supposedly guaranteed printable. Like they won't publish it unless you've actually uploaded a picture of it like having been printed. But even then, like a lot of these are like pay. You gotta pay for them. And I'm kind of a tightwad. But bad sad. Where are you seeing that? Are you seeing? I'm not seeing. Anyways, hang on. Pro streamer right here. There we go. I'm back. Have you tried Tinkercad? Yes, I have. I believe I made something on Tinkercad. That bead roller knob thing, that I modeled on Tinkercad. I've only done it a couple of times, and yeah, I didn't like it. It was too simple. Like, you can do some pretty cool stuff on it. I just didn't feel like doing it. I used FreeCAD for a while, and then Fusion 360, which I'm trying to look at on the other screen here. I cannot see where the icon is. There it is. Not the only penny pincher. Yeah, penny pinching is very useful. I think it plays well into some of these hobbies. Oh, and look at this. It's covering up those little holes it made. Still printing fine. There are some pretty crazy, pretty cool other things you can make. Let's see if I can show you another website here. I've actually got a lot of prints from here, from 3D Lab Print. They make, these are like flyable RC airplanes. So this is a brand new one, which I didn't buy. It is a huge Messerschmitt. I have the small model Messerschmitt, the non-$60 one. You can see it's giant, like that's a guy, and this is the printed plane. So you got to print the thing, glue all the bits together, and it even has like flaps and retractable landing gear and all that kind of stuff. And I used to fly RC planes like back in the day, but they were like the ones made out of wood that you had to like put like a nitro engine in them and stuff. I did a lot of those, and those were fun. But the electric ones, I printed them. I just haven't like finished any of them. Because when I was finishing them, it was like early in COVID where everything was sold out and I couldn't get motors for it. Thanks to your shows, you're also a tightwad and jack of all trades. That's good, I suppose. I don't think I'm a jack of all trades, but I'm certainly not a master of any. Master of none. Don't know if I'm a jack. I'm a jack of some trades. Master of one, the one that I do for work that I've never once made a video on, and I'm not going to. Electric is so much easier. I bet it is. Thing is, when I was really into it back in those days, the electric ones sucked. They didn't have a lot of power. They didn't have a lot of range because batteries were no good. So nitro is always like, well, you just stick on a bigger engine, and you can put in a bigger fuel tank, and there you go. You got 20 minutes of enough power. You can just crank the throttle and go straight up out of sight. We always put much too large engines on everything. But I've heard electric is much easier. When I was into RC cars too, I was into the nitro cars because electric batteries were no good compared to nitro, because you could just like pull up, squirt more fuel in the tank, and take off, and you were good. And it made loud screamy noises, and then for every hour of play, you had like 2 hours minimum of cleaning everything up because it made it filthy. We need to see you repair a dryer. No, you don't. It's never fun to watch. I mean, it would be short too. I can usually take a dryer apart in about 5 minutes, but I'm not gonna make a video on that. Then try to start it with old fuel. Yeah, old fuel. We always put after run oil and everything, and it's always a fair amount of hassle to make the nitro engines work, but the screaming noise was always worth it. So this is still progressing, 6%, and I've been live an hour and 13 minutes. Not sure how long we're gonna go tonight because 1 hour engine rebuild. An RC engine, an RC car engine you could rebuild in an hour or less because there are only a few parts in there. Gases for cleaning parts, alcohol for drinking, toluene for going fast. Yeah, I didn't even use like the high nitro stuff. I would use only like 15% nitro or something like that. But the engines that I got were always super powerful, like way too much. So like the cars, if you like squeeze the trigger, because there was like a trigger and a knob, you squeeze the trigger, and they were always like 4-wheel drive touring cars, it would just roast the tires up to max speed and the thing would shoot off. And if like one side, the tire got more grip, it would hook wildly to one side or another. And I had one that would like do the wheel hop thing that a lot of cars get on all 4 wheels, and it sounded like it was tearing itself apart, but it was really fast. So that was great. Yeah, loops. Everything we had could do a loop. Had a Saito 60 on an Aerostar 40. Yeah, always with the bigger engines. Always bigger. Because if we didn't always have like a nice runway. We didn't have like a nice paved straight thing. Sometimes it was just like a field, like a guy's lawn. So you basically had to be able to crank the throttle, get up to speed, and then just go straight up before you hit a fence or something. Into free flight planes when you were a kid. Still have your favorite free flight planes? Those are the ones that would just fly, right? Like they would kind of like go. Chirpy's here. Hello, Chirpy. I always wanted to control the planes. I always wanted them to be faster. I always wanted like multiple engine ones too. My dad never had any multiple engine ones. Smalls installs 50% larger 4-stroke. You need a bigger 4-stroke. 4-strokes don't have so much power per size. Right? So you gotta have a bigger one. It's like, it's guaranteed. Still going. And Chirpy, you weren't here at the beginning. I had the stuff ready to go and didn't realize that I need to print a bunch of parts. There are some printed parts for this kit, and I didn't bother printing them. So we went on Prusa's website, got the STL files, put it into Cura, and they're printing some of them. And I'm going to have to print the rest of them. And then when I get them all printed, then we'll do a live stream. And maybe I'll put it together then. Yeah, but more torque. Yes, more torque, less screamy noise. We only had a couple of planes with 4-stroke engines, and they sounded very different. Hello, Hubris Inc. Hello, how are you? Gotta like the torque. Getting some stringing here. I'm not sure how it's supposed to look over like the bridge and gaps, but it seems to be working. So I'm not going to question it. Hopefully it goes well. We are still only 6% through. Free flight, climb in a circle, rubber power is fun too. Okay, so there's both climb in a circle. That makes sense. So you want it to climb in a circle, not fly a million miles away from you in a straight line. Print RC car. That would be fun. I've downloaded some of those files where you can print. Give a close-up I can give you a close-up of what it's printing. I can do that right now. I'm not ready to go just yet, but we can get close-up. Hang on. I'm slightly limited by the cables attached to this camera going into the capture card and into the computer. Of course, I'll give you a close-up at the time when the printer is like in a position where you can't see anything happening. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Focus! See, it's going alright. Whoops, what did I just do? I just hit a button. Can you still see it? Kind of. No, we're gonna go back. Okay, I think I fixed it. Zoom on the new camera looks nice. Yeah, it works pretty good. What you can't see is all of the lights everywhere flooding everything so there's enough light. This camera, it's a camcorder, it looks better, but we need like triple the amount of light. Or it just looks terrible. And I can't seem to get the settings to change the depth of the depth of field on the focus. Dan says high ball, high snowdrop. I'm not sure Snowdrop is watching at the moment, but I'll pass your comment on. And your avatar looks like you have an epic beard, so congratulations. A tanning room, yeah, pretty much. There's this light over here. I have a normal desktop light over there with like an 80 watt like replacement bulb in it. There are can lights in the ceiling because this is my basement. And then over there, I think it's a 100 watt LED, and it's shining up to reflect light off the top. What's your print speed? Slow. I don't know exactly what it is. It's whatever the settings were on Cura. I didn't change them. Hang on, let's see. Travel speed 120 millimeters per second. So that's not terribly fast, I don't think. Oh, there she is. There's Snowdrop. Hello. Looks like you can crank it up a little. Yeah, let's just do that. Crank it up 10%. You can just kind of spin this knob and it'll go faster. There, it kicked it up a notch. The other thing, you can adjust, like you can hit this, and then there are a bunch of adjustment settings you can do, like the live Z height adjustment, which is great for setting it up to like get it your initial settings right. You can also change temperatures on the fly, change fans on the fly, and it's yeah, it's pretty handy. I haven't had to mess with it too much, but it's really nice to dial in your settings like mid-print. So if you set like something to print that you don't really care about, and then you can just screw with the settings while it's going and get a sense of like what works with that filament. Makes it really quick. And then you save those settings, and then you're good to go next time. I think that's another reason why I like this printer. You don't have to mess with it like the long way. You can just make it work. You got to drill with a knob adapter. You just crank it up to 200%. It's going. It'll be done. It'll be done by tomorrow. Later in the morning. And these are only part of the files. This is only the what do they call it? The buffer parts. Looks much slower than 120. It could be. So the Cura. Okay, hang on. We're gonna share a screen again. The Cura settings. I'm just looking here. I have it set on draft, and it says, oh, print speed 60. Infill 60, wall speed. Where did I get 120? Travel speed. Okay, so travel speed when it's not printing, that's 120. But the actual print speed's 60, so it is actually much slower. Unless I'm missing something here. The initial speed was lower. Did not generate support. These don't need support. These should be fine without support. So there, you're right. It is much slower than 120. Getting the first layer or two down, just going slow for that. Dial that up to 120%. You got it. 120% speed. Be careful of your travel speed. I usually print pretty slow. What's the part you're printing? These are the plastic parts that go with the buffer, a part that's included, or that's not included but can be printed on this. The parts, what are the parts? So I have, this is a Mark III S Plus Prusa printer. I have this here, which is a multi-material upgrade, MMU 2S, I think. Multi-material upgrade for this printer, and this kit requires some printed parts, and you can get the files off the Prusa website, and I am printing them on this printer that I'm going to upgrade. So I'm using the printer to print the parts to upgrade this printer. Inception of printing parts. That's one of the cool things about 3D printers, I think. It's not unique to 3D printers, because if you have a lathe, you can also make parts for your lathe on a lathe, which is pretty handy. Although every time I mention the word lathe, I think Chirpy's ears perk up just a little bit. Very slick. You have to build your printer. Yeah. Well, I built this one on the last stream. It was a kit. So you can get these pre-built, or you can get them in a kit. This one. Pre-built or in a kit. I got the kit because you saved $200. And it went together pretty nice. And the setup was pretty easy. And it works. Metal cast the inner roller barrel. It craps. Inner roller barrel. Like the ones inside here, they crap out. My castings aren't that accurate. I would have to get a lathe to put them back together. Just shut your lathe off and come in here. Chirpy's got one heck of a lathe. If you want to see an awesome lathe, go check out Chirpy's channel. His lathe is amazing. It's old. It's very old school. How's the gingery? It is. I cleared my workbench and I put all the parts on the workbench, and I still haven't built them. Although I did take a lot of things from my garage to a storage unit today to clear space so I can almost like work in there. Made a live center for your wood lathe. You got it. So you're doing wood turning. You got a wood lathe. That sounds interesting. Are you gonna make what are you gonna make with your wood lathe? I didn't realize you had a wood lathe, but I haven't been paying attention much lately. Hope to see you in the new vids. All right, thank you, Thirsty Camel. Thank you for stopping by. New vids are in the making. I have a couple recorded. I don't have any edited ready to go, but there should be another video on Friday. I've been doing something every week the last month, and I hope to keep that up, although next weekend I am going on a family trip again. so I'm going to be like away. So who knows how that'll affect things. Then shortly coming up, there's another weekend where I'm going to be at a race, which might be fun. Did you push the van out to the curb yet? Nope, I did not. It would be almost impossible to push that thing out to the curb because my driveway has a 90-degree corner in it. So it would be pushing it out to horizontally block my driveway if I pushed it out. Will not be pushing it to the curb, but I'm definitely going to have to figure out something because we're not going to be in this house forever. We're definitely going to be moving before the thing is done. I might have to stick the radiator back in it and drive it to wherever we're moving it. Headstock blew up. Huh, that's not good. Place with the motor from the 1930s. Just upgrading everything. That's pretty cool. A cheap little wood turning lathe. Some of those wood lathes are pretty cool. You can make some nice stuff. You even see people at like craft shows with the wood lathes making things. You can glue up. I saw one guy, he would take these little blocks of all different kinds of wood, different colors and stuff, glue them up into a huge block, and then he would use a wood lathe, turn them into bowls, and it was very fancy. I mean, you can see videos of that kind of thing on YouTube all the time, but I was able to like see like him doing it. Is it a jet? Is what a jet? His lathe? That would be pretty sweet. People, I'm really shocked. Thank you everybody for sticking around and just chatting while this thing is printing in the background. I'm really surprised people are still hanging around and I'm not doing anything. Just blabbering. Did you stick around because you wanted to see me eat more? Because that's probably not happening. Make file handles. Yeah, file, that would be perfect. File handles, screwdriver handles, pen turning. Pen turning is interesting. If you go to Woodcraft, there are Woodcraft stores everywhere. You can get like pre-made blocks for doing pen turning. That's pretty interesting. I'm out of beverage. Getting thirsty. Something from Craftsman had like a 4-inch swing. I know one guy online who does those pen things with like the nibs, but he actually makes them on a pottery wheel out of ceramic. They're really cool looking, but I don't know how can you like turn the thing that tall and straight and then like get the hole the right size? Because when you fire it, they shrink. Like when they dry, they shrink. When you fire it, they shrink more. I just want to say thanks, Advanced Basher. Oh, you have a previous thing. Found you when I found Furnace. Forges Melcasting, bought Devil Forge. 2 burns so far. Hook now looking for an anvil. Excellent. That sounds fun. Good luck with everything you're doing. Post videos if you want, and check out the Discord and post more update things because I'd love to see it. Any casting in the near future? Yes, I have a lot more of those motors to break down, and I'm gonna have to make a larger tong thing for that larger crucible because I can pick up the larger crucible with the tongs I built, no problem. Picking it up with an extra 10 pounds of aluminum in it, probably not very safe, I discovered. So I'm probably going to make something else and then cast something with the big crucible. At very least, to just melt on more scrap and see how much I got. But I was thinking of casting a giant tray, like an ingot tray. Maybe cast a giant one and not aluminum, but something like bronze. And that way I can pour larger ingots. I have a Craftsman lathe. Now some of those old Craftsman tools are really good. I imagine a ceramic pen would be slip cast. I know, right? But they're not. They're wheel thrown, and then a lot of trimming, delicate trimming. And he's on Instagram. His name is Florian Gadsby. A very, very popular Instagram account. He also has a YouTube channel. It just hit 100,000 subscribers. He doesn't show making any of the pens, but he makes some other stuff. Florian Gadsby. Very young guy, too, but makes some pretty neat stuff. And they're definitely not slip cast. It's 7 hours later. Yes, much later. Still going. We're at 8% at 120%. It's at 120%, and I still don't see any more flaws. The ones that popped up in the initial layer seem to have gone away. It's not peeling up off the bed. Of course, it is PLA, so it's kind of foolproof. There's not a lot of problems. Can't imagine throwing a pen. Yeah, right, because they're like that wide, and he throws them like straight up. And like, how do you even like trim that and not let it warp in drying? And he's just using stoneware. Hello, what are you printing? I'm printing parts for this. This is a multi-material upgrade kit for this printer. It is currently only single material. And here's here's another one of the components for the multi-material kit. There are some components that I need to 3D print, and that is what is printing right here. So I'm printing parts on this printer to upgrade this printer. Usually long and skinny, so they should fly pretty straight. Are we talking the pens? Tried throwing a pen, it got stuck in the ceiling. Yeah. Not much different from throwing a knife. How do you get the rotation right? It seems difficult. Cool, yeah, I've discovered that I need to prepare better and realize what I need to print before we start the stream and not look it up 10 minutes before. But at the very least, this proves that the printer works. Because I started building this in the last stream, finished it off camera, and here it is going. Still zero problems. For any new, I know there's a lot of turnover. Printed a Benchy. It turned out pretty nice. This table is too large. Also made this. Hang on, gonna rotate. Here. Made this. Worked out pretty nice. Camera. Okay, and we're back. And we're back. That turned out pretty nice. Pretty happy with that. A feather pen. Feather pen is its own fletchings. You know, my daughter got this toy thing the other day. It was like one of those like learning kit things where you gotta like you get a thing like every week or every month or something. Open it up and it was like a kit to build a bow and arrow, and it talks about bows and arrows. And she's like, "Look, I built a bow and arrow." And I told her, did you know I used to build a bow and arrow? Build bows and arrows? And she said, "What?" She freaked out. That is actually, I think, where I got started making things. Initially was wooden longbows and arrows. I built quite a few of them. Some of them I got in this room over here, buried in a corner. I haven't touched them in years. And feather pens are quite fletching. Yes, indeed. Clicked on the tube while your printer is going, and my printer is going. It's still going. They're not very exciting to watch, though, unfortunately. You know, maybe if it was a little louder and I got the microphone closer, we could do an ASMR kind of thing. Because some of the things the printer, this one's pretty quiet, but my other printer over there is a lot louder. Not a lot louder, but a fair amount louder. And some of the things you're making, there's like the shape that it goes around, it makes kind of like almost musical notes. It's pretty neat. KiwiCo got that. It might be KiwiCo. It's one of those things. I think there are multiple of them, but it's basically one of those, yeah. And it's like endless cardboard to throw out. It's like the packaging is just crazy. Wanted to make some wood ones mixed with little aluminum and brass. Have you seen? Hang on a sec. Speaking of wood mixed with metal and brass, I'm gonna try to find something here. I'm gonna try to find something and screen share that. It's basically like log furniture that's put into a mold and then aluminum is poured in. Here we go. I found it. Found that suspiciously quickly. So I'm starting to think you may have already seen it if it's that obvious. Screen share. This stuff. Have you seen this? It's like a big log. You know, cut up, put in a mold, and then aluminum is poured in. So you get kind of the aluminum look, the wood look, and the charred edge. You also get the aluminum goes into the cracks, and that'll kind of hold everything together. It's pretty neat. There's like organic shaped ones. These stack. Whoops. No, didn't want to do that. No. Pinterest, go away. Or even like hole filling. I mean, that's pretty cool, right? Or is that just me? I think it's kind of neat. Oh no. I don't know which one to click. Pro streamer here. Not that interested? You're not interested? All it really does is burn the crap out of it, sets it on fire. Yeah, I mean, it would set it. I mean, it would burn the crap out of it and set stuff on fire. That is for sure. I just don't have enough, like, I don't know. You would need a crane to lift a crucible of like 50 pounds of aluminum to make one of those. Or Chirpy could probably do it. I know people probably can't tell, but Chirpy is like a giant. He's huge. He's a big dude. He made me look like a midget, and I'm not a midget. I'm like average size. Pinterest has ruined image search. That is so true. Only see the resin and wood tables. Yeah, I'm not really into the resin stuff. I mean, it seems like a neat fad, but I don't know. Use green wood, yeah. Yeah, see, Chirpy could just lift the crucible and just dump it in, no problem. I would need help. But, like, Chirpy is one of the few people I know who's taller than my brother, and my brother is very tall. Green wood for an explodey table. It would sound quite exciting, I think. It would sound nice. Even more exciting, I've heard if you take green bamboo, like big canes of bamboo, and throw them on a fire without splitting them, you'll get explosions because they have those little chambers, you know, with the ends, so you got a hollow chamber. And if you throw it in there and everything starts boiling and expanding, pressure will build until it splits open in a violent boom. That would be exciting to see. So they say always split it in half at least before you throw it in the fire. Getting gradually quieter as you run away. Yes, that is the correct way to do it. Could you cast Lichtenberg figures and aluminum? Probably. You can probably do anything with the right method. So like weird shapes. I mean, there's lost wax castings. There's like ceramic shell. You can get some really interesting shapes and stuff with ceramic shell casting. Like way more than you can with sand casting. Sand casting is probably, I don't want to say it's like the least detailed. It depends on your sand, but you can get away with a lot of weird shapes with ceramic shell. 30 pounds of iron per crucible, 10 to 15 pounds of steel for pouring shank. Yep. Would cause a large firing out the end of the bamboo. That would be fun. I think bamboo splits pretty easily. So ceramic shell is so expensive here. So you gotta like buy the right kind of slurry, right? Someone once sent me a link to that stuff, and I just never got around to it, but it seems really interesting. And now I could actually fire the shells like accurately. Want a 3D print file for a 9mm gun? Probably not. I'll pass. I do not need a printer file for a gun. And actually, on that note, like, I don't really get 3D printed guns because, at least I live in America. If I want a gun, I can just go get one. Like a plastic one seems dangerous. Ceramic shell is expensive. Interesting. I never looked up the cost of this slurry. New here, what are you making? I'm printing the printed parts for this. This is the multi-material upgrade to this printer. And there are some parts on the multi-material upgrade that need to be printed, and I am printing those parts. So once the parts are done printing, I will use them to upgrade this printer to be multi-material. Pretty easy to make your own green sand. That's what I've heard. I bought a bunch of sand. I mean, I had a bunch of sand for making my own green sand. I'm going to throw it all out, though. I've realized that the sand I got, if you look at grains of sand, some of them are rounded, some of them are jagged. I got a lot of roundy sand, which works great for like pool filters and stuff, but it's garbage as far as like holding itself together. So I'm gonna pitch that and get some just the sand that's either like beach sand or sand made by grinding rocks. They're more jaggedy, they hold together better. Plus a special sand you need for the slurry. Special sand. Interesting. I just haven't looked it up. I have not looked into it too much. It's just like the filament, like the wax filament that burns out very easily in like a plaster cast. I just haven't tried. I haven't looked it up. I haven't looked into it too much. Although, you know, someday. I am getting a warning. Stream's current bitrate is higher than the recommended bitrate. We recommend you use a stream bitrate of 2500 kilobytes per second. I will not listen to that. I like higher bitrate. They can downgrade it all they want. My internet can handle it. White silica sand and Suspenda slurry is $60 for a bucket of it. Suspenda slurry. What is that stuff? White silica sand. How finely ground is this white silica sand? Because I know where to get silica sand of any sort of like grind size and all of that for relatively cheap. And Suspenda slurry. Curious. Because I know in ceramic like slip casting, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. What is that? Is it looking okay to everybody? YouTube is not happy. My software seems to be okay. What is going on? It is not giving me red lights. $300 for a slurry plus shipping. Yikes. Error. It's giving me errors. Other types of investment casting other than shell casting. Yeah, I mean, there's probably pluses and minuses of both. Kinda choppy. Okay, what am I seeing? Stream health poor. How can that be poor? Now you're good. Buffer for a little bit. Good now. Had some bump. Now you're back. Okay, so I'm going to just ignore. I'm just going to ignore what YouTube is telling me then. Buffering a little. Focus is terrible. Okay, hold on just 1 second. Pretend it's intermission. Entertain yourselves or something. I don't see anything wrong. I'm not sure what's going on. This is working. I mean, I don't know what's going on. Advanced Basher is taken off. We'll see ya. Mud Bucket Gaming. Hello, there's a name I haven't seen in a long time. Looks fine here too. Okay, great. The warning has gone away. Now it says excellent connection. So let's just ignore that was ever an issue. And carry on. Looks and sounds good. Okay, good. Mud Bucket Gaming, how's it going? Haven't talked to you in a long time, actually. It's been a while. A couple of years, probably. And Dwayne. V-Twin guy looks good. Dwayne, hello. Hello. Okay. Minor problem. We're gone. Now it's telling me excellent connection. Don't know what's going on. YouTube is having a minor stroke. But they seem to have recovered. Do you forge anymore? I never forged much to begin with. I haven't in a while. That mini forge that I built, I actually used some of those parts for other things. Although it is like, you know, it's one of those things I'll get back to eventually probably. And I probably won't use that forge setup. I'll probably just use my casting furnace. It's been a few, for sure. Hello, everyone from Australia. Do you larceny? I hope not. Isn't that a crime? I try not to crime, just in general. Now let's do an infill. Infill. Australia, how's it going in Australia? It's winter for you guys, right? Larceny, so it's forgery. Yes, yes indeed, forgery is a crime. Now it's doing large amounts of infill. It should say if it dropped any frames at the bottom of Streamlabs. Great, I will check. It is telling me no such thing. If it is telling me no such thing, that must mean it has not dropped any frames, at least on my end, right? Although it appears that, looking at me, I look all bluish in the picture. Did the color go wacko? I have a color correcting light over here, I can fix it. Need to make a few lathe tools. Yeah. See, my forge thing was something I could put away on the shelf, which is why it was put away on the shelf and never used again. Cold here in Cape Leeuwin. Depends where you live in Australia. Yeah, because it's a big place, so your climate's going to vary a lot, right? Cold. Well, it's pretty hot here today. It was like 90 degrees. I taught you Venturi. That's good. It's a tad blue. I wonder why that is. Something screwy with the camera or what? I don't think it's anything I can do with the camera. Who knows? I just adjusted a light to make it a little bit warmer color. Don't know if that's going to work. So we're coming up on 2 hours. I'm probably going to sign off at 2 hours. Because at this point, I'm just rambling at a camera while this thing does all the work. And as fun as that is with 3D printing, I probably want to get some other stuff done tonight, seeing as I can't, like, build at the moment. Up the road in Perth. I've heard of that. I don't know where it is, but I've heard of it. Australia, one of those places I doubt I'm ever gonna go. You know, it would be cool, but it's pretty far. Need to go do food things. All right, thanks for stopping by. Go have a good food thing. Thanks for stopping. We'll see you. Hopefully, see you on the next one where I'll have all these things printed, and we'll have a good time. And maybe we'll have a working printer. It almost sounds like the nozzle's hitting the tops of the infill as it's going along. I don't see the trail though. Can't swim that far. Yeah, me either. That is a long swim. I've heard it's like 20 something hours to fly there, to fly to Australia, like from the US. And like the longest plane trip I've ever had was 13 and a half hours, and from Chicago to South Korea, one flight. And that was long enough. I don't think I want to go farther than that. And like just flying across Australia would be like hours and hours. The place is huge. Too many poisonous animals. Only all of them. Poisonous and man-eating. So according to this, it's only at like 1.5 millimeters up from the bottom. It will hit the tops of the infill sometimes, can cause trouble, but not always. It doesn't, I don't see, like, sometimes it leaves that trace. I mean, it's working. It's going fine, so it should be alright. You have burned bamboo very loud. The cops will be called. Yes, I imagine. Explosions and stuff. Can't the rocks kill you there? It's probably. They're probably all very poisonous and upset. You know, I probably should start the other printer also and start printing both at once. Come join us on the Discord. Yes, Chirpy is correct. That is the link for the Discord if anyone wants to chat. It is free, as Discords always are. Open for everyone. There are actually more areas on the Discord, like it's all organized by like whatever you want to make. And there are more sections there than there have been videos on different things. So there's even like a textile one. What? Is that a super chat? Farpoint Station, ever clogged with a toilet? No TP? Uh-oh. Well, thank you for the super chat. I didn't know that was on. I thought I had monetization off, but thank you very much. I'll take it. Thank you very much, Farpoint Station. Here I thought I didn't even know that was on. Love your videos, greetings from France. Well, hello. I'm glad you like them. I've never been to France, never been to Europe. I used to know a French guy very well, though. He was very well. Two French guys very well. One of them was nearly suicidal with his disregard for traffic safety. We were in Chicago on an orchestra. I used to be in an orchestra. I played violin. He played violin. And we were just hanging out, like, between gigs. We were playing at a concert hall there. And he would just say, like, oh, there's a restaurant across this, like, 8 lanes of traffic. It was like glance, right across the traffic, middle of Chicago. And I almost felt like I was going to die. Fun guy to hang out with. The other French guy I knew was a professor, very intelligent. He was an archaeologist. His classes were very much like not what you would expect, because he would give you all this stuff to read, and then you would go in and he would say, okay, all that stuff was crap and we're going to talk about why. He's the only professor I had who did that 80% of the time. That was great. There's a myth that we have to spread to keep the crowds away. Only half the animals want to kill you. Yeah, only half of them want to kill you, as opposed to here where like one of them might hurt you if you're allergic to it, and the rest are just fine. You swear you're a great driver. That's good. He might have been a great driver too. But I mean, like, as a pedestrian, he didn't really, I don't think it clicked in his head that if another car hits you, you die. So he would just run across traffic. He was pretty fun though. I don't know how he talked our way into a violin dealer, like an instrument dealer. And they were just like, sure, you want to try? Here's a $200,000 violin and it's a bow. Just give it a shot. Let me know what you think. Like, I don't know how he talked his way into that. Maybe because he had a French accent. They thought he was made of money. I don't know. We don't count Muppets. Oh, I suppose. And the rocks are upside down. Yeah. Everything's upside down. The rocks in Gracetown have committed murder. There was a comedian who had a thing. He, like, was driving along and he saw a sign that said, danger, blasting zone ahead. And he said, shouldn't that sign say road closed? I've seen some of them. What about the bears? I suppose bears might. See, the thing is, I live in southern Wisconsin. Not a ton of nature area. Not quite enough to handle, like, a large bear population. And any of the bears that are here, they tend to be black bears. And black bears pretty much always just run away from people. They're not that threatening. It's very rare. Sometimes we'll get like a cougar. That's about it. How's the print? Print looks pretty good. Is it time for a zoom in? Not a lot of wolves here either. Now let's do a zoom in. Focus. Yeah, there we go. We're doing infill at the moment. Going pretty well. Print head on the printer looks huge compared to an Ender 3. Enhance, yes. The print head on this printer is probably double the size of the Mark II printer. And in fact, I think the Mark II to Mark 2.5 upgrade, one of the primary things that changes is this whole assembly here. That's a Deguma printer? Never heard of that. No, it's a Prusa i3 Mark III S Plus. Probably be good at 160%. Well, I'm at 120. Let's crank it up to 130. We'll take it easy. There it's going. Kids in bed, you want me to join? If you want. What do you think? Snowdrop can come down and join us. I was going to sign off soon, but if she's going to show up, we should definitely keep going a little longer. I think you should come join, and perhaps bring maybe something to drink, if possible, please, pretty please. Adult time, not like that, but yes. Kids are only one of the kids away. Have you got the MMU working? Not yet. It is still here. The MMU is here, and these parts are for the MMU kit. So it should be pretty awesome when it starts going. I'm really excited. The 5 filaments, that'll be pretty great. It's gonna be sweet. We're at 130%. Caffeine? Probably not caffeine. So are you in the dungeon? Yes, I am. This is my basement, which is, it's mostly finished, but it's also like, it's like half workshop, half storage. So like this background, it's not a fancy paneled wall, it's an antique bed headboard. And it's not just like a headboard on the wall. I have the rest of the bed over there because we used to have it set up. This is my great grandmother's or something. I don't remember. So you can adjust the speed. Yes, on this one you can adjust the speed. While it's printing, you can just twist this knob up or down. You can also change the temperatures, like the bed temperature. You can change the nozzle temperature. You can change fan speeds. You can do all that real time while it's printing just with this knob. Yeah, Chirpy's gonna get after you to help me make, or force me to make lathe parts. She's actually gonna force me to do a lot of house renovation, I think, here really soon. Fairly quickly soon, actually. We're just planning, lots of planning. Does anyone want videos on that? I feel like I'm not gonna make videos on any of that because, like, when you make something and you make a video out of it, it triples the time it takes to do it. And I kind of just want the stuff done. And I want to, like, here's me cutting the 50th piece of flooring. Wish I had retro wood paneling. This is pretty cool. It is up here, you can't see, but up here there's like carvings and stuff. And since it was made in like the 1840s, there was actually a dude carving it. Oh, thank you very much. Well,
What? There isn't a chair.
there isn't, not only is there not a chair, there's not a good place to put a chair. Because, like, where I'm sitting right here, I can move the chair in, and right here is a leg.
Oh, I was gonna move a chair, but that chair is holding the light right now.
Yeah, the other chair is holding a light. Here, you take this chair.
This chair is too low.
Say hello.
Hello. Oh my goodness, there's a delay. I can't even see my face yet.
Here I have a stool. A
Ew.
filthy
Oh,
clay.
you're gonna sit on the stool?
I'm gonna sit on the stool
Uh-huh.
because you need the chair.
Okay, hold on. Let me up the chair then. Hello, everybody.
And make sure to speak loud enough so they can hear you.
Okay. I'll try to speak louder. I don't know why, but when I get in front of a camera, I get quiet.
Yep, she has no problem speaking loudly to me. Speaking loudly.
Just the volume, you know?
Just the volume, yes. Lower my chair. There we go. All right, welcome to a new show.
New show.
I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what's going on. We can hear you. Good. Excellent.
Awesome.
Pretty sure this is caffeine in it.
Well, I asked, did you want caffeine? And you didn't answer, so I was like...
There's a stream lag. But my voice is getting a little bit... I usually don't talk a lot. So, like, anytime I record a video, there's like a half hour and then my voice is done. It starts sounding like a hoarse, elderly man. Sounds like a problem. Yep.
Is this at 14%?
That is 14% completed, yes.
Wow.
Yep, hour and 34 minutes, 14%. Although we've been slowly cranking the speed up out of impatience.
That's not going to mess with the quality?
It might. I don't know. We'll find out. If it does, I have so much more filament on the wall over there. I have those big, like, 11-pound rolls, like the big honking ones.
I know. I'm still amazed that shelf is maintaining sitting there.
The shelf is going to fall out of the wall at any minute.
Because if you look from the side, it's not level. It's like leaning. Yeah. The shelf is not even that big, you know?
Yeah, it's overloaded. All the bookshelves, everything's overloaded. Any metal projects in queue?
Ludicrous speed.
Not directly in queue. Like, I have to make another crucible tongs for the biggest crucible, and a lot more scrap to break down, and presumably the lathe project, which is going to require some more casting.
Yeah.
But I'm not certainly sure. Are the kids playing on the fort? Not now, but in general, yes, all the time.
You need to add to the fort, although like maybe not right now.
Make it bigger?
Expand it, yes.
It's going to need, wherever we end up, because we're probably going to leave this place within a year, maybe. Wherever it ends up, it's going to need some additions. Maybe a swing.
Swing, like a climbing, something climbing, you know?
Yeah, something.
Yeah. But for a metal project, I would like it if you can make something for our son.
Something. Like what? Something metal?
Well, aluminum is not bad, right? Light, you know? Like an assemblable rocket ship? I don't know.
It's light compared to what? Light compared to iron. But a lot of things are light.
If it's hollow.
Try the same style lifting pouring tongs that I use. Surprise easier. That's a good idea, because I know you lift some pretty heavy stuff.
Sword. Oh, yeah.
I do have, I still have those patterns for the swords.
Yeah, from that guy. What's the guy?
The sword casting guy.
Yeah.
Moving? Yes. Well, probably within a year or two.
Yeah. I mean, like...
We're not moving like next week.
No.
But
there's like nothing on sale right now.
Yeah, there's not. It would be kind of nice if the housing market would just get a little worse here. I mean, like, if people stop buying houses for ridiculously high prices.
Yes.
Because, like, we could sell the place right now for way more than it should be worth. But then we'd have to buy a place for way more than it's worth.
So, our first concern is getting this house better looking.
Yeah, getting it better. Because when we moved in, the previous owners had a bunch of half-finished work, and we never changed it. To Korea? No. Probably within the same city.
Yeah.
Just a bigger place. Hopefully with a bigger garage. That would be nice.
Yes, that would be nice.
Fireman pole. Yes, that would be good. We can add that. Fireman pole.
Definitely like more rooms.
The housing market is going through crash. Right where we
Here?
live, everything is selling within a day or two for like 10 or 20 grand over asking price, and the values just go up like 20 or 30 grand every year. It's pretty crazy. Moving it, we're staying really close probably.
Yeah, like even like
Like
Within the city, this side of the city too.
yeah, I doubt it will be more than 5-minute drive away from here.
Yeah.
If we move, indeed.
Yeah.
Houses around here sell for more than 1.2 million. Well, they don't here. They're a lot cheaper than
Whoa. Come to the
That's what-
Midwest.
that. Come here. If we move to the city south of here, you can still get homes for like 30 grand. But they're not homes you'd want.
30 grand?
30 grand. And each one's going to require minimum 60 grand to not be collapsing into the earth. And then it'll still only be worth 30 grand. Because nothing in that town is worth anything, which is unfortunate.
Oh,
Why move? Bigger
sad.
place, we need more bedrooms,
Yeah.
more space.
We
more
maxed out in
storage.
capacity here.
This is a very small house. Even for this neighborhood, it's very small.
Yeah.
Heard today average median house price is 300K. Well, that's probably above our budget. It's probably more than what this house is going to sell. But this house should
This
be
house
like
will sell more than 300?
it should not
Oh,
sell.
it should
I
not.
doubt it would sell more than 300.
No.
But it should be like half of that yet. Buy a crack den and make it. Yeah, well, that would be the way to save money. But then I would have to live in a former crack den, and I think I'll pass on that one. Plus, a lot of those former crack den houses don't have large garages. And like we have a 2-car here, I would really like more than that. 3, or if it's a 2, just like a larger 2-car with like more space. But we're pretty maxed out on space. That is still going 16%.
Wow. I can't even guess
Or
what they might be.
three phase. Yeah, there you go. Just bought 100,000 over asking. Yeah, it seems like that's the way it is right here.
Wow.
Buy a massive garage and live there. You know, I would do that in a second, if not for the other people that I have to live with, who kind of don't want to live in a warehouse.
Are you pointing at me? What about your
Maybe.
children?
I'm sure
Your
they would.
loving, beautiful children.
I'm sure they would be fine living in a warehouse.
Oh,
I remember having a picture of like, it was like a large, like, it looked like a 50 by 100 warehouse, like just full of cars, and there was like a loft with like a couple, like a cot and like a little oven and stuff. It was like perfect.
you know, I was like browsing on the houses for sale a while ago, and there was a house in this town where it was like a really decent sized, nice house, and it had an attached garage, but it also had a separate shed that was like multi-story tall. It was really tall, and I was like, "Ooh, Paul would love that." But then I will never see him again
That would
because he will be
disappear.
in that shed all day long.
Can you increase to 160%? I think there are overhangs to worry about. Are you close to the country? Not quite. I mean, there's
Like the countryside.
we're a
Not
few
really.
we're only a few blocks away from the city limits. But it's like here you're kind of like it's basically like all suburb or it's a cornfield. So like not a lot of homes in the country.
I don't want to live in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by cornfields.
What can always move where the lathe is. That's right.
What?
The one I need to fix or finish.
Yes, get
You
to
can
it,
install
man.
an intercom. There you go.
That's what I
intercom.
see. That's what I always think. If we ever get like a place with a shed like that, I would have to put a speaker in there to get him in.
Yep.
But I don't want that because I honestly like it's not like I'm not joking. I'm seriously concerned that I won't see his face. He'll
Yeah.
be like living there. He will go there after work, won't come back until dinner.
Find a house in a shed. There you go. Build a house inside a giant shed warehouse thing.
I think we should put our children in the priority, not his hobby.
Yeah. I'm sure we can find a place. I'll just have to sell a couple of kidneys.
Couple of kidneys.
Yeah. There's a dialysis place in town. I don't need kidneys.
No, this house can sell pretty well if you fix it up a little bit. You know?
I mean, it could probably sell right now in like 2 days, like every house in the neighborhood.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I was looking around the house going, would anybody want to pay for this house?
Yeah. Well, I
just
mean, we
like-
could probably make more if it wasn't like half finished.
Yeah.
Hobbies are important. That's right. See,
They
John
are.
knows what he's talking
But
about.
John, children are more important.
Yeah.
his livelihood.
You're all a bad influence. That's right. And thank you very much. I like the enabling influence. That's quite good.
I enable you enough.
She does. She's a very much enabler. It is because of her enabling that I got that pickup truck that I still haven't taken the engine out of. You know, I got that for the van project, so I wanted the engine and transmission out of that, but I haven't worked on the van project, so now I just have a truck. And I use it to move stuff around. So who would have thought a pickup truck is actually useful? Children love
Who would have
workshops. Isn't that the truth? Keeping the 4-year-old out of the workshop is much harder.
But his workshop is not safe for kids.
It's very not safe. It's like everything in it is sharp or rusty or electrified.
Or too heavy.
Yeah, or
It's
toxic.
like, I would not let my kids play in there.
Here, no matter how nice, they get bought as terrible. What, they buy the house and they tear them down and build a new one, or what? Have you checked how much Zillow and other sites say your house is worth? Yeah, it's worth a lot more than we paid for it. That's
Oh,
for sure.
really? Is it?
Yeah,
Oh.
everything is. Everything's worth. Do you still race? Yes, in theory. I haven't gone to a race since last year. I usually race with the Milwaukee SCCA, and event number 1 was last weekend, but I was busy, so I didn't go. Event number 2 is in October, which I'm going to
What?
probably.
That much of a gap?
That much of a gap, yep.
Why?
Yeah, COVID ruined everything.
So they're like, we're going to put 3 months gap between the events?
Yeah. There are a couple other places that do race. I was just checking this earlier. There are some through August and September near Madison and near Chicago, so I'll probably go to those ones. But I did not go to the event number 1 last weekend. Too many hobbies. Too little time, I think, is more accurate.
Too little time
I have
indeed.
hobbies that I don't make videos on also. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Yep. Like I have multiple additional hobbies that I don't get to do a whole lot that I don't make videos on, or at least not very often. Couple of things I've never made a video on. Ham radio. No, well, it's all making stuff. All different kinds of making stuff, but I don't think all of it would work on this channel, you know?
Because it's like, doesn't fall under the category.
Yeah, it
of the
doesn't
things that you
seem
do.
to work. Like
Yeah.
there seem to be like different like clusters of people making things, and I kind of cross all of them. What do you race? I race autocross, so SCCA Solo 2, like the parking lot with the cones. And I race an RX-8 in C Street class. And we used to race in the giant parking lots at Miller Park, the baseball place out, the Brewers Stadium place. But we lost that. They don't rent those parking lots out to racing things anymore. So the last year, the race I did last year, we're actually at Road America, the racetrack, but not the racetrack. We were on the kart track. So we raced cars on the go-kart track, which was a lot of fun.
Did it fit in there?
That was great. Yeah, they fit.
Oh.
Well, none of the cars were that big.
Oh, okay.
There were a couple of Vipers. Those Vipers didn't fit very well. But like an RX-8 is tiny. Champ Car Pit Crew, I did not know that. Mud Bucket. That's
Ooh.
Mud Bucket.
Oh, yeah.
Remember Mud Bucket?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not know you were a Champ Car Pit Crew. Rent?
Rent?
We do not rent. We own a place.
Yeah.
Where we live, there's not actually a lot of rentals either.
No.
There's very few rental homes. They're pretty much all, there are a few rental apartments, but mostly they're homes that people own. And I would need way more space than I could get in a rental.
Also, like, I've seen rental houses, they look terrible.
Yeah,
It's
so
like the owners do not take care
some
of
of them are very nice. Not a lot of them are very nice.
it. There were nice ones.
Yes.
I see ones where, like, the outer shell is never fixed.
Rent
you know?
rent the track. I don't know what it would cost to rent.
Oh.
Renting Road America sounds very expensive. I don't live that far from Blackhawk Farms, which is in South Beloit, Illinois. That would be pretty fun. There are a couple of track days there, so I could just go to the track days. But I've never taken my car to a track day, like on the track before. Why not just borrow parking lot? Well, that's what we were doing at Miller Park, but they stopped renting the parking lots out to racing because they rented it out to autocross and they rented it out to drift places, and I guess they were gonna like resurface the parking lots. They didn't want to rent to racing anymore. Definitely more than Tree Fitty. Yeah, that's right. I don't know what it would cost to rent Road America, but the place is huge. It's very big. I imagine renting Blackhawk Farms would be cheaper.
Can an individual just rent it like that?
I think you can. Well, I think you can rent Blackhawk Farms.
Oh.
You know, that's a road course. That's a very different track because Road America is just like miles and miles of straight, and Blackhawk Farms is all corners, and it's much smaller. Build a pole barn. Yeah, there you go. Build an apartment in a pole barn.
What's a pole barn?
You know those like big sheds?
Uh-huh.
A lot of them are called pole barns. They're built with a bunch of poles standing up, roof, and then the sheet around the poles. Yeah.
You guys assume we're rich.
We cannot build any more on the lot where we live because our lot's not that big, and our house takes up pretty much all the area that would be allowed for us to build on per city building code. I would like to move 5 blocks in that direction and get on the other side of the city lines, then I could build whatever I want.
But then the school district changes.
Yeah, well, not necessarily.
Kind of does. You mean if you go over that highway?
If you go over the highway north, then the school district changes.
Oh, you want to go highway east?
If you go east,
Wouldn't
then
that
there is
still-
no school district.
Oh,
This is not riveting conversation.
okay. Someone says hello, hello.
Hello, ask questions, try things. Hello, welcome back. Actually, I don't know if you were here earlier today, but you were at the last one.
Yes.
A pole barn would be pretty nice. I would like that. Gotta love those 30-foot no build zones in urban lots. Yeah, so we only have about 30 feet from the back of our house to the back of the lot, so we're pretty much done.
Yeah.
And we can't build forward, and we can't build to the sides either.
What if we like add another floor?
You can add another floor. Yep.
Because if we like add another floor and move all of the bedrooms and all the personal space
But
out there.
none of the walls on the ground floor
Uh-huh.
are designed to hold another floor.
Okay, yeah.
So you'd have to basically tear the place down and build a new one.
Hello, Bill Flint from
From BC, British Columbia,
Canada. Ooh,
BC too. A couple of
Ooh.
Canadians.
Canadian.
I'm not too far. We're not too far from Canada in Wisconsin.
No,
I mean, we don't border Canada, but we border a lake that borders Canada.
it's true.
I haven't been to Canada in a long time.
I've only been there through like Niagara Falls.
Yeah, I've never been to Niagara Falls.
You've never been to Niagara Falls?
Nope.
Oh,
We lived very close to Niagara Falls for a while. Never went there.
that's true. That was such a shame. Really wanted to go back there.
Yep. Well, I'm pretty sure the falls aren't going anywhere.
No. But now it's distance to go, you know?
Yeah, that's true. UK, hello. Oh, he was already there. He was already Dan. He was already
Oh,
here.
UK?
UK, that's a lot farther away than Canada.
You're in UK?
It's kind of closed at the moment. I imagine it would be. A lot of the tourist things are closed.
Oh, is it? Is it because of COVID? They don't want people like gathering? Hmm.
Yeah. You're not
Yeah.
allowed till this crap is over. Hide your maple syrup. Yes. I don't think I have any maple syrup.
Do you
Come to
think
think of
it'll get better next year?
Everything is closed. Yeah, that's a bummer.
Sad.
I'd love a pole barn too. Probably gonna have to recreational property, build a pole barn and workshop. Yeah, Korea is still closed. You're in Korea. Someone else in Korea?
Ooh, Korea is still closed. What do you mean? Like
Like getting there?
getting there? Because I think you can fly there now if you're vaccinated, I believe.
Do you still have to quarantine 2 weeks?
I feel like if you are vaccinated, then it's not 2 weeks anymore.
It's not a 2
something
weeks?
else. Yeah.
They're opening to vaxxed Americans in August. Interesting.
Oh, is it August? I thought they did that starting May. Did they change that?
Not sure. I mean, you don't have to quarantine if you're coming here from Korea, right?
That depends on what states. Some states they make you quarantine depending on like your vaccination status.
Yeah.
But like in Wisconsin, I think they don't care.
Yeah.
But like bigger cities, they kind of do care. But I don't know how they would enforce it though.
Yeah, I
It
don't know.
says that you must, but like
It's all a
someone
night.
gonna
It's
follow
all a
you.
nightmare.
Yeah, so that's why we're staying put
Yep.
within this city.
Also, plane trips are not cheap.
Nope, not if you have kids.
No, because you got to add a lot. They charge just as much for a 40-pound child as they do for an adult.
Yeah, I wish. That's why I wish they did it by weight. You
Yeah,
know?
if they did it by total weight, because
Yeah.
the weight matters most on the planes.
If they do total weight, would they also count your luggage weight too, or just?
They should. They should count. I think they should totally count your luggage weight because,
Yeah.
I mean, they already kind of do. But it's the thing that takes more fuel on a plane is entirely the weight of junk that people bring with them.
That's true.
I mean, it wouldn't be that fair because like a skinny person with no luggage wouldn't pay nearly as much as like me with a bunch of luggage. But I mean, that's fair because like physics, you know.
But you know how like people when they bring in like luggage and then their luggage go over weight limit. What some people do is they'll take some clothes out and then layer on themselves.
Yeah.
That wouldn't work because then they'll be heavier, right?
Well,
Like-
yeah, but I mean, the plane doesn't care if the weight's in the luggage or on the person.
Oh, that's true.
You know, so
Yeah.
that I think it should just count
Yeah.
because it's physics. It's like if you're flying to space, it's like 10,000 bucks per pound to orbit. Doesn't matter what the pound is.
2 to 5 years more.
2 to 5 years. Well, 2 to 5 years total.
Yeah.
Taylor new boosters. That would be nice.
New
Yeah.
boosters.
Spanish flu was a couple years.
Yeah.
That took a few years. Hong Kong flu took like 3 years. That was in the 60s.
I'm just waiting for
Makes
the
sense.
vaccine to be available for my kid. You know, up down to
Personally-
like 6 years.
Personally, I'm really glad that I've had the best excuse ever not to go places for the last year. That was nice.
I think you need it anymore.
Like I needed any more excuses to stay home. As long as the load is balanced. Yeah, I mean, you can't throw a whole ton of weight in the tail of a plane.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You know, like I've heard a plane engineer that I know say, a nose heavy plane flies poorly. A tail heavy plane flies once.
I mean, they still have. They probably still would have to have a weight limit for your luggage. You know.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't have like 100-pound suitcases, or the people in the luggage carriers are gonna like have ruined spines.
Yeah. So it'll still make sense to add your luggage weight, you know, as long as there's a weight limit to your luggage.
Yeah, well, they gotta balance it anyway. The pilots know all what they're doing.
Yeah.
I hope. I hope.
The plague?
The plague? Hopefully it's not like the plague, because that came back.
Ugh.
They had like a big plague wave, and then they had another wave like a few years later, and
Are we talking about the black plague?
bubonic plague,
The
yeah.
bubonic. That one never had vaccines, right?
No, they didn't. Well, that was like
Way before?
centuries ago. They didn't know what
Centuries.
vaccines were.
Yeah.
They didn't know what anything was back then. Under
It's
12
not the
vaccine.
pilot.
The plane has built-in systems. Yeah, there you go.
Around January, not soon enough. I was hoping for more like fall. Oh well, at least if it's at least till January.
Few questions from Utah. Got it. I'm awaiting your questions.
Oh, glue our eyes to it. Jaden Hemmert.
We will wait. I can wait.
You know, our daughter was like, "What? I'm not gonna get the vaccine." I'm like, "Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
When it's available, you're gonna get it." Like,
It's a bacteria. There you go. Bubonic plague, bacteria.
oh, penicillin kills it.
Penicillin. Just
Yep.
think of all the things that could have been saved over the years with just penicillin.
Did you know the guy who discovered penicillin, like, didn't patent it, so it was cheap for everybody to get it?
Yeah.
He made it very cheap. Like, he didn't make it super expensive.
And I'm allergic to it.
Well, you can still get it in small doses, right?
Yeah, if I get it,
It doesn't kill you,
gives,
does it?
It gives me like hives
Yeah.
and stuff. I get all itchy. Itchy. I had one shot of penicillin once that was like a huge month, like slow release dose of penicillin because I had really stubborn strep throat once. And I just had like itchy hives straight for a month.
Hey, look, it's at 20%. We're
20%.
1/5 of the way.
Almost 2 hours. The
Woo.
plague shows up in some people's DNA. Interesting.
Oh.
I think I've heard of that.
Why would it show up in their DNA? Is it because, like, their ancestor had it or something?
Yeah. Scott Garvin Jr. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Have you ever tried steel casting? Jaden asks. No, I have not.
You've not?
I have not cast steel. I have tried melting cast iron. So the difference Difference between steel and cast iron. Steel has a bit of carbon in it, makes it hard. Cast iron has more carbon, I think, and more silicon, a lot of silicon. Steel does not have a lot of silicon in it, and is more difficult to cast, although a lot of things are cast in steel. Like, random fact, exhaust manifolds on Chevy LS engines are not cast iron, they are cast steel. I have not tried casting steel. I think steel has a higher melting temperature too than cast iron. I think the carbon lowers the melting temperature. The carbon and the silicon lowers the melting temperature like a couple hundred degrees or a couple hundred degrees. I don't know.
Would
Chirpy
you be
probably
willing
knows.
to try it?
I could try it. I mean, the furnace got up to iron temperature in a half hour. So if it did iron in a half hour, steel would take a little longer, probably, but worth a shot. I mean, that might be a fun video. I just need to get a whole bunch of steel together and try to melt some. It's basically murder on the crucible, though. Those temperatures.
Oh yeah.
It
Did it
is-
murder your crucible?
It probably took like 80% of the life off of the one crucible. It is pretty nuts.
Can you find a crucible that can handle hotter temperatures?
Not really.
Oh.
20% is 20% of the G code execution, not percentage time. So that's what that is. 20% of the G code. Because I was wondering if it was 20% of the code or 20% of the Z layer height. Because I've noticed that it doesn't go linearly 1% to 1% of the time also. Steel has a little bit of carbon, cast iron 3 to 4% carbon, 2.5% silicon. See, he's got it. There you go.
Wait, what does that mean? So that means like it's not that they're
There's a code
Uh-huh.
with instructions that the chip is telling the printer to do, and it is 21% through that file of instructions.
so now there's 79%
So there's
more.
there's 79% of the length of the G code file remaining.
But it's not going to go through the code that code in the same
And
speed.
exhaust manifolds are usually ductile iron, not cast steel. Yeah, usually they are. They're almost always ductile iron, but for some reason, LS engines are cast steel, or some of them are. And some people have used that to their advantage in modifying them because you can actually weld right on them, which is nice. And it was a Grassroot Motorsports thing, right? So Grassroot Motorsports, they have this challenge every year. The year, that's your budget. 2020. Price Center Ironworks. Roy is here. Hello.
Other side of the lake.
Other side of the
Hello.
lake. Yeah, he's in Michigan. He's on the other side of the lake.
Ah.
So the challenge, the year is your budget, and every pound you save is a pound your engine doesn't have to accelerate down the track, right? So they would take the exhaust manifolds from LS engines and actually grind them thinner. And then they would do things like chop the end off and weld on a steel plate flange. Now, if you weld a steel plate onto the end of a steel of an iron manifold and you put it through a lot of heat cycles, it'll break. It'll get cracks and stuff.
Jaden Hammer asks, what got you into YouTube? How do you manage your time with all the hobbies, family, and work?
Okay, one at a time. What got you into YouTube? What did get me into YouTube? I was going through some stuff
Yes.
and wanted something to do to distract me from that stuff. And I started making videos because it looked fun. And it was fun, and I kept doing it. That wasn't this channel. That was another channel.
Yep.
I started doing this channel because I stopped doing a lot of video games and
Like
started...
when we moved here?
When we moved here,
Yeah.
started doing stuff, making stuff. And I just kept recording what I was doing. And that's a new channel.
Huh. And how do you manage your time?
How do you manage time? I don't very well. Caffeinated beverages.
Poorly.
I manage my time poorly. Yes, that is it. Because I work like 50 hours a week.
Yeah. And we're not very good at like planning out things.
Yeah,
we're like
we're not
whenever
good
we
at
have
planning
time.
stuff. We have kids, so that's a lot of time. I don't sleep enough in general. And I also don't get enough of my hobbies done either. I don't get enough of anything done. Gaming. Used to do gaming, yes.
Yes.
Grind them thinner. Doesn't that create a hazard? Yes. Yes, it does. But apparently cast steel isn't as brittle when it's ground thinner. And they don't have to last forever. They just have to survive a couple of runs at a drag strip with a lot of extra pressure from the giant turbo strapped to it until it blows up. I think the record is like 7.5 second quarter mile time for like a $2,000 car. It's nuts. And autocross too, but the fast drag car did not do well in autocross. Good seeing you all live again. Yes,
Yes.
Christ-centered Ironworks. It is good to see you. I'm enjoying the videos of yours, by the way. And you used to have, I used to catch a lot of your streams. I haven't caught much of anything lately, I must say. I'm sorry. You can melt cast iron in a typical foundry furnace. You can't melt cast iron in a typical foundry furnace. Arc furnace for induction furnace to melt steel, but then you have to worry about the carbon content. Yeah, as you melt it, you like lose like carbon content, right? And there's a way to add it, like, right? You got to add carbon every time you melt it or something. It's just too much. It's too much. I don't want to. I just don't want to deal with that. There's some aluminum does that too. Cast aluminum, I think, that also does it.
160%?
160. Cavalier about things blowing up. Are you not? Things blow up all. Okay, so that's interesting. So I do a whole bunch of different hobbies. Some of them involve fire, right? None of them have blown up, except pottery. It's the only one where I've had explosions. Multiple of them. Steam explosions.
So this is at 130%. The next is only to 160. There's no one in between.
You can do whatever you want. 131, 132. The only time I've had a fire in the garage.
I was there.
It is not linked to metal casting.
Nope.
Nothing.
It was like we were welding.
It was welding. Welding is so like the hobbies where I actually use a flamethrower. No fires. The hobby that doesn't use any explosives, explosions.
Well,
Bit of a
like,
pyro
it was like the
yourself. Yes,
spark.
I thought so. I mean, blacksmith, right? You gotta use fire. I think, and the only times I've had like really bad, like blistering burns, also from welding. Only welding.
Oh, it's the sparks coming off of it.
The sparks coming off start the fire. Also, when you're welding on something, that thing gets really hot. And it's not going to glow until it's like 1200 degrees. Well, 800 degrees isn't going to glow, but it's still going to burn you really bad if you accidentally touch it while you're reaching over it. I had like, this arm, I used to have a rectangular scar from reaching over a square tubing, burning myself.
Ouch. Didn't you say one time the spark flew into your ear?
Yeah, I was like doing this to like see what's welding, and the spark went up and right into my ear.
Ouch.
That was painful. That was very painful.
Ugh.
Pottery just loves to blow up. Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Have you ever given yourself arc flash from welding? Yes, once. That was unpleasant.
What's that?
Arc flash. So if you don't have your hood down, you hit the thing. So I had a face shield on. I didn't realize I wasn't wearing a mask, but with a face shield, hit the button, flash my eyes.
Oh.
Let go immediately, and didn't have any problems because it was only like a split
You
second.
didn't have the protection?
No, I had a face shield, not the mask, because I was grinding with a face shield on.
Oh.
And I just thought like, you know, I have a thing on my head. It must be the mask, because you just kind of get used to wearing the mask. Didn't work.
Oh.
I've also burned. Speaking of sun burning, I've gotten sunburns here
From welding?
from welding. So I was wearing a t-shirt and gloves, and I was TIG welding, which doesn't have a lot of sparks, so I didn't have all my arms covered. And I was like holding the filler rod in the heat, and like because the filler rod is like looking straight at your arm, you're not going to get a burn here. But this was looking right at the spot I was welding, so I ended up with a tan line right here and a burned lower bicep.
Good night, Dan.
Only on one side.
Thanks for coming.
Dan said, good night. Thank you for coming. It must be super late for you in the UK.
Crazy. Go to sleep.
Always weld with earplugs in. That's a good idea.
Good idea.
Slag in the ear once. That was not fun. Although I would take slag in the ear any day over slag burning through my shorts, which also happened once.
Whoa.
Yeah, that was not
that
fun.
worse than
That
the
was
ear?
far worse than the ear. Because I was just wearing like the shorts I have out now, which are like just cotton shorts. And cotton shorts will not melt or catch on fire, but they won't stop slag from burning through like that. Same
Yeah.
goes for cotton boxers.
Oh dear.
Yeah, very, very bad.
Do they have holes now?
I imagine they do.
They throw
That was a long time ago.
Did you check the batteries on your welding hoods?
That's a good point.
You've had them for a while.
I've had them for a while. It's probably time to change the batteries.
Yeah.
One of them doesn't darken, so the batteries are probably dead.
Oh.
Used to be a production welder back in college. Burned yourself a few times. I imagine that's a lot of welding. You would probably have to weld. You would probably weld more in a day than I have in my life. I like I don't weld that often. I have gone through two tanks of gas. I mean, I don't have the dinky tanks. I got like the big ones, but I've only gone through two of them total.
Did it hit your leg?
Hey,
or
leg
something
or something else? I really wish it hit my leg.
Ouch.
Yeah, worst welder's burn I've ever had. Yeah. It's 10 hours a day in the summer.
Ooh.
Definitely, I think. So how long does a tank? I think a tank at the rate that I use the gas, the tank only goes like 4 hours. Like if you were to have the tank open, 4 hours. So that means I have total of 8 hours of like trigger pulled or pedal pushed on the TIG. Total. I mean, that would be like all the welds back to back would only be like 8 hours. So there you go. Like way nothing compared to someone who's actually like a welder.
This is not as loud as your other one.
Yeah, it seems quieter than the other one.
The other one's like it literally sounds like it's making music sometimes.
So what are we making tonight? Good question. So this is a printer that I started building the last stream. I built it, I finished it off stream, got it working, now it's printing. It works. I have this here, which is an upgrade. This is an upgrade for this printer. It basically means I can go from one color to 5 at once. So I can have 5 different filaments. So they can be 5 different colors or different materials or soluble supports. So you can print multiple colors of things all together in multiple pieces. But to put this on that, I need some additional parts which can be printed on one of these. So I'm printing the parts to add to this to make this a multi-material printer. That's what we're printing.
Yes.
Upgrade the printer with TL smoothers and it will be quieter. I've seen those. So those are like,
What are TL smoothers?
aren't those like the what is it? They like quiet down the tracks and the motors and stuff.
Oh.
I mean, the other one's not that loud. It has a quiet mode that I've never once tried. But this one is quieter.
I mean, like you always like start it at night, and then we don't stay here, so we don't really
Yeah,
hear
this
it.
is in the basement,
Yeah.
like away from our bedroom. So like I would just start it and leave. What's a soluble support? Okay, so this I'll show you here in a second. Here's something I printed. Whoops.
Oh, whoa.
I just dropped it so close to off the table. This is something I printed. It's a Triceratops skull, right? This printed upright, but it's got all this hollow space. So this is the support material that it prints underneath there. Now when this prints, and I take it off, I have to use pliers and like break all the support material out. If it was soluble, I could print it in one filament and all the support material could be printed in another filament. Then say it's water soluble or something, I could just take this, dunk it in water, and all the support material dissolves away. And now I have this.
So you can do that with like this
Yeah.
material.
If one of the filaments is a soluble support, then I will not have to mess with peeling all the stuff off.
So with this attachment, how many at a time can you put in?
5.
5?
5 different colors if you want.
5.
Yep. I could have red, I could have the red, the blue, the yellow, the clear, and the white all at the same time.
And I imagine these are like to hold them.
Those are spool holders. So this is something I showed earlier in the stream.
Show it again.
Noise is the servos, not the bearings. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. These have different looking motors on them. So this is a self-retracting filament thing. So you put the filament through the hole, set it in there. As the thing is using the filament, it rolls it up. When it goes to switch materials, it has to retract a bit. It has to pull the filament back out. And what this does is the spool on here will roll itself back up those few inches, so you won't have all this spare filament everywhere. It'll actually it'll be using it, retract itself up the extra. Bingo, right?
Oh, interesting.
I got 5 of those.
Are these like end pieces then?
Yeah, so these go on. You put the filament in there, and then
Oh, tighten them.
tighten that in.
Oh, so the spool doesn't like
You don't
move
like,
around.
yeah, you don't like tighten it way up. I don't think,
You just
but
like
it's just to keep it centered.
Ah.
I got 5 of these. They're over here.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Rubik's cube. Yeah, you could print. You could print a Rubik's cube. Except this has 6 sides. So
Wouldn't that mean like you have to print out every single cube separately and then assemble it?
yeah, you can print movable parts all together.
Oh, really?
And then just like wiggle and like break them free, but they're not going to spin real free. TL Smooth is a drop-in device that goes between the drivers and the motors. Interesting. That would probably make it quieter. I mean, I'm not really concerned. I really don't want to screw with that other printer, actually, because it works. Like, it works perfectly fine. And I'd just like to leave one working perfectly fine. I'll screw with this one, but I'll just leave that one just in case.
Ooh, resin printer.
Being a resin printer for your model building. Yeah, resin printers are awesome. I've heard the smell is terrible and the cleanup is terrible.
Does
But
it
the-
smell terrible because you're gonna smell melted resin?
Yeah. It's like a resiny goop. But the quality of the prints supposedly are fantastic. Like just mind-blowingly good prints.
I do want to try resin art. I've seen
Resin
a lot
art?
of video of people doing it. It looks really cool. And
Please,
they have
no one tell her I was ragging on resin tables earlier. Whoops.
well, what do you mean like people making tables with resin?
Making the tables with the waterfall, like the resin down the middle of the wood.
A crack of a wood. You don't
Yeah,
like that?
something- I'm not a big fan.
Why?
I don't know. If it's a wood table, it should be wood.
It just adds a like a nice
Adds
design.
character, but in like 10 years, it'll look like an out-of-date table.
I wasn't thinking of like to that scale.
I think the Prusa already has the upgrade. Talk about it. It does. The Prusa has a lot of stuff, but it's, I don't know. Too many chats at the moment. Chat with guys at Discord after the stream. Sounds good. We'll see you later. Thank
ya,
you.
Chirpy.
Thank you for coming, Chirpy. Everyone who hasn't clicked the Discord link, please do. I haven't been getting a whole lot of buzzing going on, so I don't know if anyone's actually joined or not. Mostly the same faces, it looks like. We're here. Oh no,
3D head
someone's
tutor
made it here.
says hello guys. Hello.
Hello, 3D head tutor. So how hard is it to get into 3D printing now versus 10 years ago? No idea. Not sure 10 years ago. I don't think I got into it like 3 years ago. I got the other
feel
one.
like it's more accessible now. I've seen a lot of advertisements of like all other 3D printers you can get that like in it they show like kids doing it.
Yeah, like it seems like it's constantly getting easier to get into and cheaper in some ways.
Yes.
So this printer is no cheaper than the one that I got a few years ago. But it is easier, it's more user-friendly even. So I think most of the differences are like the ways you can accidentally screw up. This one's not going to screw up. Like if you run out of filament. 3D Head Tutor, hello! A super chat, €5. Thank you very
Ooh,
much.
Thank you.
You were the second super chat of the night. And
Ooh.
I was surprised super chat was on because
Do
I
you
had-
usually disable it?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, 3D Head Tutor.
Ooh.
If you look here, see, I thought I had it off because it says monetization off. Maybe that's just like I'm not running. Ooh, look at that. Ooh. Maybe it's just.
Inception.
Maybe it's just I have it that to like turn off ad breaks or something.
Maybe.
Maybe, I don't know. 5 hours. Let's see, much more expensive. Most people struggle with the initial learning curve with typical maintenance
5
items.
years. Just much more.
Yeah, so the learning curve thing. This is a Prusa, original Prusa printer. These have a very, very easy startup, like learning curve thing because they do a lot of things automatically. So there's these magnets in the bed, and before it starts, this thing goes around, does a little dance, and it's checking the position of those magnets. So if the bed is out of flat, it'll automatically compensate for it. And that solves a huge amount of issues because that means you don't have to go through and get the bed height correct. and then get the bed out of level correct. It just does it.
So other printers don't do that. You have
A lot
to,
of other
like,
printers don't do
manually
that.
it?
Another Christ-centered Ironworks.
Oh.
Just because. Just
Just
does.
'cause-
Thank you
oh,
very
thank
much, sir.
you.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. So if you want to get into 3D printing, these are very easy. Prusa printers. They're great.
But there are a lot of
They're,
other brands
they're
too.
not the cheapest. They're not the cheapest at all. You can get the same size printer that can do pretty much most of the same stuff pretty well for like half the price of a Prusa printer. So if you, but then you got to fiddle with them more. So there's, you know, pluses, minuses. And with the Prusa printers, the first one I got that's sitting over there actually came built. Like it was a completed printer. This one was a kit. I thought it was really easy to put together. So I would recommend save the $200 and get the kit.
Bed leveling is one of the hardest with other 3D printers, including resin printers.
Yeah, see, bed leveling. I have never had to do bed leveling at all. 2 printers. That one pre-built. It was great out of the box. This one, it kind of did itself. There are cases where it'll be a little out of whack, and there's a procedure in the handbook for adjusting it, but you only have to adjust it once, and then it remembers the locations of the magnets, and it'll do it automatically every time after that. So even if I were to like grab the thing, move it somewhere in the car, and something got out of whack, it would compensate. That is why I initially wanted a Prusa to begin with. Also a benefit, there are different materials you can print in, and this one out of the box can print nylon, which is the hottest filament. A lot of 3D printers can't do nylon out of the box.
Would you ever try nylon?
I would like to try nylon, yes.
Because this is PLA right
This
now,
is
right?
PLA. PLA, very easy. I think PLA is a plastic made from plants. So it's like a vegetable oil based plastic, not a
You mean like then it's biodegradable?
kind of. It's kind of biodegradable.
Like it won't
But-
last hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years.
Right. It's not going to break down if you set it outside in the sun, though. But PLA is very easy to print. You get good detail. It doesn't reek like burning plastic. That's a plus. It also doesn't need a lot of heat to print.
I have to level mine about every 5th print, definitely considering getting a BL touch.
I have to level it every 5th print. That sounds like a lot of messing around. See, this does the little dance with the magnets every print. So every time it kind of double checks itself and compensates automatically.
So you would recommend
Corn-based.
Prusa?
Corn-based, yes, I've heard that. PLA, most PLA is corn-based. I would recommend Prusa. Nylon is hard to print, very
Not
hygroscopic.
sponsored.
Yeah, I'm not sponsored by Prusa, although I might be if they wanted to send me more junk.
Just
that would
personal
be cool.
opinion. That's pretty good.
Personal opinion, I've never owned any other printer than a Prusa printer. I got 2 Prusa printers, never had a problem with them. So if I had to buy another one, I would definitely consider another Prusa printer.
You've done sand casting with 3D
Sand
prints,
casting
right?
with 3D prints, yes. In fact, I have, if you'll hold on a second.
Hold on tight.
Hold on tight. Whoops. Hang on.
Nope.
Pro streamer here. This is my mini factory. These are a couple of prints that I put in. You might recognize this as my sand rammer. This is not my picture. This is someone else uploaded a picture. This is the sand rammer. So this is a thing I 3D modeled, then I printed it, and then I have a video of me using that print as a pattern for a sand casting. And then I also might recognize this one.
Oh yeah.
This is a hammer
Oh yeah.
and a core, a sand core. You fill that with sand, and then you put that sand in that section. When you ram this in sand to remove it, and I sand cast a hammer, that aluminum bronze hammer. Where am I going? What am I clicking? And that hammer was based on the Christ-centered Ironworks hammer. I don't even know what I'm
Pro
clicking.
streamer.
Come on, Pro. Yes.
There you go.
That hammer was based on the hammer used by Christ-centered Ironworks, Roy there. His hammer that I saw him using in his videos, his blacksmithing hammer, is what I used to base that hammer on. And you can download those on My Mini Factory for free, and I have videos of using them. So yes, I have used the printed patterns for sand casting. I have a Core XY, stupid fast, but it took a lot of tinkering. I've never tried. I don't think I've heard of a Core XY. Definitely think 3D printing is cool. Something you might get into. Something. Yeah, it's pretty fun. If you have any questions, let me know. I don't have a ton of knowledge on it, but I'd be glad to help. It seems like, in my opinion, it's not something that's great in and of itself to make things. Like, you can make a lot of cool stuff with it, but it seems like I have used it mostly to make things for other things, like making tools for other things,
Yep.
or making patterns for other things, or trying stuff out. Like, if you don't want to make something out of metal, you can make a plastic one first and make sure it works, and then make a metal one. It's not like people make a lot of cool stuff out of it all the time, but in my opinion, something like forging, like you do, you actually make a finished product with forging, and it's like a great finished product. I'm not sure plastic printing is quite there. That's just my opinion, though. Other people will probably disagree with me. Bed only moves down and head moves XY. Okay, that's
Is that what
so
the
it's
Core
not.
XY is?
Is that the Core XY? So it just goes back and forth, but it just the bed goes down. Full disclosure, I
Thank
sponsored
you.
this. Thank you very much. We are sponsored. We are sponsored by
Woo!
Christ-Centered Ironworks. Thank you very much, good sir. $5 super chat. Everyone should go check him out, by the way.
Yeah.
Christ-Centered- Everyone probably already knows who he is, and they probably already watch his videos. But just in case you haven't, if you like forging, watch his videos. Makes a lot of cool things. Especially, have you seen those flowers that he makes?
I think you show me.
Yeah. Yeah, they're awesome. They're crazy good.
Yeah.
Forges like the rose, the copper ones look really cool too.
Does this bed move up too?
This bed does not move. So this bed, or it doesn't move up or
Oh.
down. The bed moves this way, forward and back, and the print head goes side to side and up. So the bed stays where it is. It's a little bit upset. Another one.
What?
3D Head Tutor,
Thank
10
you.
euros.
Co-sponsored.
Yes. Co-sponsored by Christ-Centered Ironworks and 3D Head Tutor. So a resin printer has like a bucket of goop, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, like a bucket of goop, and the print head is right there. And then there's like lasers that like hit the light. It's a photosensitive polymer, so when light hits it, it solidifies. And as it's doing that, the bed raises up out of the goop. I believe that's how they work, because you can't print like this way because it's a bucket of goop. It'll just run everywhere. Got to do it
Oh, so
upside
the
down.
solidified piece just comes out of the bucket?
Yeah, it just like slowly raises up out of the bucket, and I think they
Oh.
work faster too. I might be wrong, but I think they're faster than a. This is called an FDM printer, so a fused deposition modeling. Think of it like a welder going back and forth, just like laying down molten metal, building up and building up.
See, now I can see how that resin printer might be smelly. Oh,
Yes.
thank
Another
you.
one. Augustine, $5. Thank you for great content, and I made your hammer and brass. You did.
Ooh,
Did
in
you
brass.
make if you made that hammer and brass? Put a picture.
Yeah, I want to see it.
On the Discord and in the on My Mini Factory. You can even
Yeah.
upload a picture there. Thank you very much.
I didn't know your content was that great.
Thanks. Wow. Wow.
I mean, they were decent, you know,
They're-
but like, is it worth money?
Too late
Like-
now. Too late now. Resin printer has an LCD, which is the UV. Okay, so it is UV light through an LCD screen. Okay.
Yeah, because like I've
interesting.
seen like when people do resin art, one way to
Yeah.
solidify it is to shine with UV light onto it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow. See, John knows what it's at. Wow. Wow. We had a friend we used to stream with on video games, and that was his thing. He would say, "Wow." Wonder how he's doing. I haven't seen him streaming in like a long time. I hope he's doing okay. He was really fun to play games with. Wow. I'd find I think it's in storage, no space for shop in Korea. That's what I noticed when I was in Korea. So when we visited, I was always thinking, where do these people do their hobbies?
Well, I mean, if you're a really stinking witch, then you do have a place to do it in your own house.
Yeah,
like
but,
if you
like,
own a house, you know.
I'm not really stinking rich.
Otherwise,
And I have like triple the space that people there do. And I still don't have enough
from
space
what
to
I've
do my
seen,
hobbies.
they can rent a space, like
Okay.
in like a commercial building, as your like office or like shop,
Yeah.
and then you can do it there. People do that way. They rent a space in a commercial building to use it as their office.
So like a maker space kind
Yeah.
of thing. Okay.
So people like pottery people have that kind of space. Like if you live in the city, you know, if you don't live out in the country, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just like I couldn't fit enough stuff to do one of my hobbies there. much less like 6. Like the only
Yeah,
thing
if
I
you-
could do 3D printing there, because that's not a huge like space thing, but like need some cream because burn, yes, savage burn. It's the ones you love that hurt you the most. There was we even visited like a guy there was a professional potter, and he didn't even have his own kiln. Him and like 3 people shared one big kiln.
Well,
Of course,
that's
it's
because it
huge.
was a huge one.
It was a huge wood one, which I
Yeah.
guess that's fair. But like, where would I put the? I couldn't even get away with doing metal casting there because there's no space I can go that wouldn't like suffocate a bunch of people or burn buildings to the
Well,
ground.
if you wanted to live in Korea doing all of these things, you couldn't live in a city. You'd have to
I
go
would have
out.
to live in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, you'd have to live in the middle of nowhere.
But like, no one lives in the middle of nowhere.
well, I mean, like in a countryside where you can buy a land and build your own thing,
Yeah,
kind of stuff. You know.
on top of a mountain where everyone leaves me alone. I like this idea. Let's do that. That would be great. Resin print is coming 2 types: SLA, which is laser, DLP, which is LCD mask, and UV LED. Both use the same resins. Interesting.
Are they equally smelly when they're doing things?
Yeah. I looked around, but my non-English skills suck, so out of luck. Interesting. My non-English skills also suck. I only have English skills, basically. Getting in touch here. Need a bigger space for my tool. Getting tough here. Bigger space for tools. Yeah, I mean, you just kind of acquire more stuff. I mean, I like where I live because I have room to make things, to like stretch out, and I still run out of room.
It's worth something, but not
Main
money.
takeaway of the stream is Paul's worth something but not money. That's right. That's right. Wow. Got south of Suwon, it's all farms, plenty of space, looks a lot like Iowa, Wisconsin, plus mountains. Where is that anyway? I don't know where that
Suwon
is.
is in the Gyeonggi province, which is like
Where is that?
You know, like if you see Seoul, the
Uh-huh.
Gyeonggi province is one that's surrounding Seoul.
Okay.
You know, that's where my dad was living too.
Uh-huh.
Suwon is like in there somewhere.
In there? Okay.
Yeah. So it's like it's not super in the city because like
Okay.
it's not Seoul, you know.
Robert, hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, if I had to live there, I don't know where I would live. I liked Icheon. That was a nice place because of all the pottery stuff.
Yeah.
But it's still like,
Like
I
we'd
don't
have to not live in an
I
apartment.
think I'm spoiled because in like the middle of the United States, there's like nothing but space. You know, and I'm not in Chicago. I'm not in a city. Our
You
city's
are
like
spoiled.
60,000 people, and I could stretch out if I need to. Only know enough of a bunch of Germanic languages to get in trouble. I used to know a little bit of German, but I couldn't like have a conversation outside of the scripted conversations that they teach you in the classes. Like I could do those.
Yeah.
Like if I had to describe how tall my brother was and what kind of food I like, that's about it.
But German and English, isn't it in some way kind
They're
of
very similar. Yeah, German and English, especially Midwestern English.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, there were some odd word order differences between English and German, and the German word orders also work if you live in Wisconsin and speak English.
Really? Can you give an
Yep.
example?
Nope. Can't give an example because I forgot all of it.
Is it because the German?
There are a
people
lot
from
of
Germany-
Germans settled in this area. Yes.
We had some like ladies working at a cafeteria in our college, kind of was like had a
Yeah.
Germanic.
Heavy Germanic accents.
Yeah.
And the German like scowl all the time, like just permanently fused into their faces.
But they were nice people.
But they were very nice people. They just looked very severe. It was, yeah, that was fun. Wash my clothes. Yeah, I'm not that Midwestern that I say wash. Although I know a lot of people who do.
Really? They would have put an R in there?
They put an extra R in wash, yes.
Weird.
What was your wife's reaction when we first started melting metal? What was your reaction when I first started melting metal? She tends to just let me do stuff, which is
Yeah.
great. Because,
Oh.
like, I'm still home. My grandpa would yell it in German if you got him mad enough. Nice. Yeah, see? So there you go. Midwest, a lot of German. My last name, which I'm not revealing online, is German. Well, kind of
I
German.
thought it was Prussian.
Prussia was German. It was like Germany, northern Germany, and Poland.
Is it a Midwestern thing to pronounce the H in a WH words?
Wash,
Because like your mom would say white.
White.
Yeah, and I was like, white.
But the H isn't in front of the W. Why is it white?
I don't know. I don't know
Not
if that's a
white.
Midwestern thing or like older
don't know.
people thing, but like I've heard
Older
it said.
people thing, maybe.
Yeah.
Warsh, suburbs of Chicago. Interesting.
Warsh.
Warsh.
Because like I know like in the East Coast they leave out R's in some words, but then they'll put an R in like
Add
word like
Rs.
idea, like idea.
Idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird.
But like British people do that too. Idea. Like there's
Idea?
an R in there somehow.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I know you. Metal videos. Yes, I used to do a lot more of those. I was just thinking the other day, I have the equipment needed to make a silicon bronze alloy, and I've had it for like 2 years. I gotta just do that.
Do it.
Yeah.
I'm an enabler.
At least $5 and 10 euros. Yes. That sounds about right. Although I will always say all the videos are always free. I'm not going to do paid content. From the land of Yins?
Yins?
Yins? Ohio? I thought you were from Ohio. I'm not sure I get the reference. I do. I have stuff for silicon bronze. It's silicon, pure silicon, and manganese chips, and what else? Copper, and a
That
certain alloy. You get.
hunk of thing they showed me was pure silicone.
Yeah, it looked like glass, but also chrome. It's very cool
Oh
looking.
yeah, very shiny.
I was thinking it'd be great if I could flint knap this stuff, and then you could have a shiny chrome flint knap dagger. But I suck at flint napping, and I haven't done it in so long. I could never do it. Friend of Washington State to say he'll wash his hand in the crick, and then go up on the roof. Rhymes with hoof.
What isn't that how you pronounce roof?
Roof or roof?
Like here it's like roof, right?
Roof.
And instead of brook, it's brook.
Brook. Crick.
But then when it's not bag, it's bag.
Just south of Pittsburgh. There you go. I thought so. I have a friend from that area. I don't know. He's from Toledo, something like that. East Coast depends on Boston versus Bronx. Very different. Yes,
That's true. Yeah, I was thinking of Boston. That's where you're living.
I spent 1 year living in Dorchester, and that was a experience listening to people talk. Sometimes I had a friend there. He was from Weymouth, pretty close. It's same. It's all in Boston, but kind of. Weymouth isn't technically in Boston, but he had a minor accent. His mother had a very thick accent. His grandfather was completely indecipherable. I couldn't understand a word his grandfather ever said because the accent was so thick, and he also was constantly smoking a cigar. So we had the gravelly cigar.
Oh, that guy.
That guy, gravelly cigar voice, plus the thickest like South Boston accent ever.
You
And
remember?
it was a glorious voice, but I couldn't understand him.
Remember when we were in college, like
Yeah.
the retreat place we would go?
Yeah,
The chef guy was named Steve Martin.
yeah. The chef at our college retreat
He was like
place,
from Boston, I
Steve
think.
Martin, and he made the best quiche on earth. And his accent was so thick I couldn't understand him.
Nobody.
And he called everybody Mickey, except me. He called Sammy because he said I looked like Sammy Hagar, and I don't know what Sammy Hagar looks like, but other people have agreed with it, so I'll just trust him.
Deep South.
Deep South.
Hello.
There's another accent that I probably couldn't understand. But hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Fork, different ways of pronouncing fork. You're in West Virginia. Interesting. Why did I think you were in Ohio? I mean, it's not that far from West Virginia, I suppose, but
Yeah.
good day from Melbourne. Hello. We have a lot of Australian people.
Wow,
A lot of
yeah.
Australians. Is that popular? Is like melting stuff and building things popular in Australia? I'm gonna check. I'm actually gonna pause for a second and check analytics on the thing, because sometimes it'll tell me where everyone's from, like as an average of the audience.
Newfoundland.
Newfoundland.
Newfoundland. Oh, Newfoundland.
Newfoundland. You can see Ohio from your back porch. Close enough. So according to the analytics, 95% male. Kind of guessed that would happen. The majority of people are between 25 and 54 years old.
Hey, look,
Less-
second is Australia.
Less than half from the U.S. 47% U.S., 5.9% Australia, 5.7% UK,
Ooh.
4.5% Canada, 4.3% India. I guess there's a lot of English speakers in India. Then South Africa, Philippines, And finally, Germany,
Ooh.
where there's less 1% Germany, which is less English speaking than the previous countries, which makes sense.
Melbourne. It's
Melbourne.
not Melbourne. It's Melbourne.
It's Melbourne.
Melbourne.
The R is silent. Got it.
Well, in Australia, they don't pronounce R's so much anymore, don't they?
Yeah. Greetings from Vegas.
Ooh, Vegas.
Vegas. I have been to Vegas a couple of times.
I've never been.
It was too many people.
And
Too crowded. I don't like crowds. I don't know why I was in Vegas.
Well, you went there because you were a kid and your parents took
Yeah, my
you there.
parents
right?
went to Vegas. That's right.
I wanted to go check it out, and you're like, I don't want to go back there. I've been there. I'm like,
Too
yeah,
many
but you
many
were,
people. Too much
you
noise.
were there as a kid. Let's
I-
try going there as an adult.
I don't like crowds of people or noises, and that's like all of Vegas. The shows were awesome, though. I remember seeing Lance Burton, the magic show. It was great.
They even have their dictionary.
Chance, notice your chat from Milton, Wisconsin. Milton, that's pretty close.
That's very close.
I have been to Milton recently, even.
Where's
Where is
Greece?
Greece?
On the list.
On Greece. Let me check.
Checking.
Greece. I imagine Greece is under other. 22.1% other. It doesn't tell beyond that.
Yeah, you are one of the very few. In that case.
You're not in. There's a bunch of countries listed at 0.1% or fewer.
Novocaine says, as an adult, you will love Vegas. Tons of shows.
Yeah, I mean the shows were nice. Lance Burton, I saw that. That was good. I never did get to see Penn and Teller. I would have liked to see Penn and Teller.
Yeah. Are they still doing stuff?
I think they're still doing stuff.
Oh.
I saw another guy, Steve something or another. It was like a magic show in like a rinky-dink, like off to the side, like place, and it was terrible. It was like all the magic tricks that were in that masked magician show where he revealed all the tricks.
Mm-hmm.
He just did those, and he did them poorly. That was not a good show. But Lance Burton, that was a great show. I liked that one. And what else did I see? I saw Blue Man Group. That was a bit noisy.
They have a quiet suburb in Vegas, too.
Never go to the Strip, not my thing. Yeah, I wouldn't. That was all we did in Vegas was the Strip. In a quiet suburb. There's a YouTube channel I used to watch, a guy in Vegas. Like, again, like not at the Strip. Like, obviously he had like a house off to the side. And he did a bunch of gardening.
Oh, that guy? Is that the guy who was always a
The
little
guy
too happy?
who was always really excited, and he looked like he was sweating.
But he was
I get
always
the sense-
super excited about
I
gardening.
always get the sense that he was super excited and a little stoned the whole time.
Isn't he the guy who had like homegrown like broccolis or something, and he
Yeah.
wanted to like try it, and he was eating it like it was such.
And he was also peddling like juicing machines and stuff.
And when he eats his vegetables, he reacts like he's eating like milkshake, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
What do your analytics tell you what state is everyone in? I'm not sure. I don't think the app doesn't do that. I can check.
Ooh.
Hang on. We're going to be reaching here. We're going to be reaching. I'm going to check it on YouTube website here. This table is way too wide to be doing this.
I like this table that you
She
made.
likes the table because it's a sewing table, and I've
Yes.
taken it over. I've only taken it over a couple of times.
Well, and then, the last time you took over, you never cleaned it up, so I was like, no,
Yeah.
I can't do anything on it.
My bad. That is my bad. Man, when they changed the studio so many times, and every time I go to look, it's different. Probably because I don't go to
Can
look.
you click on United States?
They used to
geography?
give me a map.
Look, click.
United States, click.
Yeah, it does give you.
It doesn't give me a map though. Come
But
on.
it gives you states. Look,
It gives me states. Yes, hold on. It's probably going to be. It used to be Texas and California at the top. Yes, which makes sense because those are the biggest ones.
oh, look at all the big cities are up there.
Yeah, it's just basically organized by population. Northwest Ontario. Produce a printer to make casting patterns for aluminum casting. Yeah, that's what I've done. It's very handy. They just tell me watch time in hours. It used to be. I used to like it so much better because it would give me a map, and it doesn't give me a map.
Well, can you like
I'm
go
very
up
visual.
on the go up more?
Well, that was the end.
Line chart. Can you change that to something else? Oh, that's
No, it's
something
line
else.
chart or bar chart.
Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Kentucky, that wasn't near the top. It just seems like Texas and California are at the top, but they got the most people in it. So like obviously more people from Texas are gonna watch than from West Virginia because there's more people there.
Yeah. I mean, wish we could find out, but YouTube made it really hard to
Yeah.
find out.
Well, there might be a way to get a map, but I am not gonna find it. because I'm not that ambitious. And they keep changing it. They keep changing like everything. It's like, stop messing with it. I finally learned how to use it, and they change it on me.
Well, they're always constantly wanting to update and
Update.
Update.
Yeah, I don't know. I used to like when you could use Studio, like YouTube Studio Classic. I would click Classic every time, and then I would say like, why do you want to use the old one? And it'd give you a bunch of reasons. I'd click Other, and then under the text I'd say, because it's better, don't change
Oh,
it.
he's just telling me he's from Kentucky.
He's from Kentucky. I wonder if Kentucky. This shows me more. Oh, that's Italy,
you have
France.
to click on the United States again.
South Korea, 0.0%. Wow, why even put it on the list then? Just to hurt my feelings? Kentucky, they don't show Kentucky on the list. Come on. See, they show me less info that I actually like. No one under 18. That's probably for the best. We don't need to show them how to make propane burners. Nothing like the Vegas people think of. It seems like the Vegas Strip is not very big.
Wait, what is the strip? You mean like that?
Like the Strip with all the hotels on it.
Oh.
They're all like in one kind of spot. Like the bulk of them are on one street.
Oh, okay.
And it is very touristy and stuff.
Yeah.
So you love how the robot's quietly working on that side of the table. Yes, that one.
Yes.
It's
It
gonna-
is at 32%
It's
now.
going to achieve sentience at some point and start printing out death robots. Who knows?
But then it can't do it once it runs out of the
Yeah,
material.
it's got a small spool of filament. So it's going to need someone, it's going to need to print something very quickly that can load it up with the larger spools over there. I think that one spool isn't quite attached. Hang on.
That large, the clear one?
The super large one. How's that for a spool? And as reference,
So big. This is the clear one. Here comes a regular size.
and here's the regular one.
Ta-da.
So this is the standard, the 2 kilogram or whatever it is.
Like even it's like look at the thickness too.
Yeah, this thing is super heavy. And I have multiple of these hanging over there. That's why the shelf is falling down.
What is he making? He's making parts to use this thing for multiple material, right?
Yep.
But he needs like more stuff to it, so he's printing that stuff. And he started at almost 3 hours ago, and we are at 32%.
10 kilograms. I think it's a 10. I don't think it's 10. I think it's 5 kilograms or something. 6 kilograms. Something. It's like between 10 and 15 pounds. Yes, world domination. That's right, of printing. So this printer only prints in one color. This can make it print in 5 filaments at once, but I need some parts to attach this to that, and that's what I'm printing.
Looks like I'm gonna say 5 parts.
Yeah, that's 5 parts, but I need to print like 20 more.
Really?
Yeah.
This is not.
That is not all of them.
20 more, and you can
No,
only do
I'm just guessing like 20 more, a bunch more.
a bunch more.
So it's gonna be like a couple days. I'll probably fire up the other printer too and print some more on that. Try to get it moving.
Let's see if we can get it within a week.
Yeah. Well, we're not gonna be around next weekend, so I'm not gonna be.
Are you sure it's next weekend?
I'm fairly certain.
Okay, one of the weekends coming up.
One
we're
of the
gonna be gone.
weekends, yeah. One of the weekends I can't stream because I'm gonna be gone. Although I don't stream most weekends. Arming, yes. Very cool. Thank you. Yes, it's pretty cool. It's a Prusa i3 Mark III S Plus.
Ooh, full name.
Yeah. Very, very wordy. Strip is about 2 to 3 miles max. Vegas area is huge, half the size of LA County. Yeah, Vegas is a giant city. It's a very big city, that is for sure.
Yeah.
The Strip is like where all the tourists go, which is where I was. Have you ever anyone ever tried that new Microsoft Flight Simulator? So they've 3D model, or they've like used like the 3D data from Microsoft's version of Google Earth, and they got the whole strip there. And I was there with one of the Bush planes trying to like land on top of buildings. tops of those buildings are not flat, so it's very difficult.
Don't they have like a helipad though?
Yeah. Trying to land a bush plane on a helipad. That was not, and I suck at flying, so it was not
How
easy.
big is a bush?
A bush plane? It's like
Yeah.
a 2-passenger plane, but they're designed to land and take off in a very short period of time.
So it's kind of like a helicopter, right? It's small.
Well, kind of. Only thing to think of more touristy would be a cruise ship. Yeah, and at least on a cruise ship, you're not allowed off. You're stuck.
Can you
So-
can you get seasick on a cruise ship?
Probably. I don't know. I don't get seasick normally, so probably not.
You don't get seasick? I get seasick.
I don't usually get seasick.
But like, in a smaller boat, you feel the movement more, But in a giant cruise ship, you might not feel it so much.
They're also top heavy, and top heavy ships don't rock as quickly. They can rock farther to the side. Bottom heavy ships rock quickly, but not as far. So the more bottom heavy, so if the center of gravity or center of mass is below the water level, they're more resistant to capsizing, but they're going to shake back and forth faster, and everyone's going to get sick and throw up unless they're used to it. Powers, hello!
Hello!
Powers is here.
Yay!
I think they're too big to rock enough to make you sick. Yeah, if they do move, they're very slow. Can't
From
lie, I had
New
maniacal
Zealand.
laughing at your CNC plasma bed. Felt like I could take over the world. Yeah, those are really cool. The CNC plasma beds. Like any of those are really, like if you do, even like the ones that do thin wood, you could just like make so many cool things with that. And like the big metal ones are just like awesome.
We have someone from New Zealand.
New Zealand, yes.
Wow.
Someone from almost from the same area as Australia, but haven't had someone from New Zealand yet. New Zealand, that would be a fun place to visit too. I
Wouldn't
think-
that be like a 20+ hour plane
Yeah,
ride?
that would be such long. There was a stand-up comedy routine done by Lewis Black who said, I think he said like, I went to New Zealand. If you've never been to New Zealand, it's 22 hours by plane. So if you ever get the chance to go, don't.
Didn't you say I didn't fly 22 hours to hear English again?
Yeah. It would be a cool place to visit though.
Yeah, it would be.
The laugh is required by the owner's manual. Yes. Yes, that is true. Well, it's important to follow the instructions on all heavy equipment like that. And if it says laugh maniacally, you have to do it. It's the law. For ships, also surface area matters. Interesting. So surface area measured how? Like a cross section area looking down. How much area of ocean surface they displace, or like how does that work?
Do you follow Mr. Pete?
Do I follow Mr. Pete? Yes, I haven't watched his videos in a long time, but yes,
Oh.
I'm subscribed to him. Mr. Pete is an old guy, very old guy. He used to be a shop teacher. Now he does a lot of machining and other kinds of videos. Basically, makes a lot of cool stuff. Tubal Cain, yeah, I think that's the name. Tubal Cain is the name of the channel, or Mr. Pete is the name of the channel. One of those. Cruise boats with a special countermass, which reduces the rocking of boats. Interesting.
Huh.
I think I've seen like the counterbalance mast thing used on skyscrapers too, right? To stop them like going. Need more casting videos? I should do more of those. You're right. I
Do
mean,
more casting.
I have a lot of things I need to melt and break down, and things to make. I mean, I can always print some cool things and try casting them in the different bronzes that I haven't made yet.
Yeah.
I also have a lot of ingots
Oh yeah.
on the shelf, just like stacked up. Because every time I would melt something, I would melt scrap, or most of the time I would melt scrap and then cast it. And any extra I would pour, and I would fill the crucible every time and fill ingot molds with the extra. He mostly does what's this videos lately. Okay, so he's done that. I know he did a bunch of like, he went to like auctions and bought stuff, and then he would go through them. Kill It's Game and gotta go. All right, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging around so long.
Novakin says he found you when he was trying to learn how to temper his crucible.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I did one of those a long time ago, and I did one of those recently. Gotta get back to racing. All right, thanks for stopping by, Powers. Good to see ya. Get back to racing. Make sure to win. And if you're racing with Cone Dodger, ram him in the rear end, just for me once. Cruise ships
Philips
have.
Gaming is going too.
Yep, I saw it. Have a
Oh.
good have a good night. How's the
Good
lathe
night.
coming along? It's sitting on the workbench. It is on the workbench, but
Is it?
It is.
No. Oh yeah.
But until earlier today, I couldn't reach the workbench. But I moved a bunch of stuff to the shed, so now there's space. Can't promise I'm going to start working on it immediately though, but very soon because I want a lathe to work.
Gyroscopic stabilization is needed for large boats, and there's a company selling them for a certain size personal boats. Yes.
Interesting.
Skyscrapers have a counter. Oh.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, like, you can't have a boat tipping all back and forth and have all of your passengers vomiting all over the buffet, right? Like, that's not good for business.
Would you ever want to go on a cruise?
No.
No.
I'm sure they're fine, but I don't want to be trapped in a thing with thousands of other people. That sounds terrible. And, like, who's restocking the buffet with fresh shrimp? It's probably not that fresh. Right?
You're out in the.
You're on the ocean. Well, they're not fishing while you're going. If they
No,
were,
how-
I would
how
definitely
long-
go there.
How long it usually is a cruise?
I don't know, a week or two, something like that.
Is it a week or two?
I joined late. What are you guys printing? So this is the
Ta-da.
Mark III's printer. That is a multi-material upgrade kit. But to put that on that, you need to print some parts, and that's what's printing. So I'm printing parts to put that onto that, so I can turn my 1 material printer into a 5 material printer.
So I'm guessing this is that handbook, the 5 material.
That is that handbook, although that is not the instructions.
No.
The instructions are, I have them online here somewhere.
I see. So this doesn't tell you gotta print these extra things. No.
Nope, but that's on their website.
Okay.
What is your ideal holiday? Mine, probably at home, and everyone leaves me alone.
Yes. His ideal holiday is being a loner.
Being alone. It's more like I don't want to be necessarily alone. I just don't want to have to leave the house. Like, give me a week to do whatever I want to do that week.
You know, Paul,
That would be my ideal.
Here's
a
an
staycation.
here's an idea. If you want a staycation that will be also satisfy your kids, is to make the house entertaining for the kids.
Yep.
You know?
Would you have boarded Titanic? No, I don't want to get on any giant ship full of people for an extended period of time. That's just bad. I was like, well, if I can't take a plane or a Zeppelin or whatever they were flying then, I ain't crossing the ocean. I'm staying in the UK.
When I think of like cruise ship, my first thought is, but I don't have that kind of money.
Yeah.
Like, where would I find money to even like buy a ticket for
3
it?
days to 2 weeks. Rather do a country tour with a bus of people. I would rather go to a country and stay there for a week.
I could do like 3 days in a cruise ship, but like 2 weeks?
Yeah.
I feel like by like the 4th day, I'd be like, I'm done. Like,
Welcome to come aboard a ship where your wife works, you'll take care of it. I'm sure she would. Like, it seems like they would be fun, but it's like putting a bunch of people in one space. That's not where I want to go, because I tend to like not being around giant crowds of people.
I'm on a vacation where I don't spend any money for a week.
That would be
That
nice.
would be nice.
Yep. That would be nice. A bunch of people are trapped. I passed this trapped on a sea cruise when COVID originally hit. Yeah, like it hit one of the ships, right? So they were just like trapped
Ooh,
on the ship.
yeah, I remember.
So would you say additive manufacturing for a printer is more time cost effective versus other methods like fabrication? It depends, I think, very much. So additive printing, if you're making plastic parts, I don't think anything beats an injection mold as far as strength of the thing and repeatability and speed. 3D printing is very slow. So anytime I've seen like a video, hey, we're gonna make plastic bodies for real size cars with 3D printing, like you're not manufacturing that many of them. It's gonna take forever to print the parts. They're better, I think, for rapid prototyping. So if you can make multiple iterations on a 3D printer, and then when you go into production, have like a mold, that makes more sense to me. The other option would be, there are a lot of shapes of things that you can't make in a mold because you can't get the mold off of them. That is where additive manufacturing like this is probably the only way to go. And they do it with metal, and they do it with metal all the time. Like, if you've seen the SpaceX Dragon capsule, the Dragon 2 or whatever the Crew capsule is, they have weird shaped motors, like rocket motors, inside the capsule. It uses abort motors, they cannot make them any way other than printing them. They're printed in Inconel, and they're very strong. So that is possible. But that's kind of a unique case. You know what I mean? Or are they too complex? They can be awfully complex. It seems to me a lot of times mass manufacturing with 3D printing is kind of a gimmick. Although there are some like edge cases where it seems to work a lot better than the alternative. But like traditional manufacturing seems to be better in general. Renting an apartment in an interesting city is a great vacation. That actually sounds interesting. Like rent an apartment somewhere. I mean, how would that be different than like just getting a hotel room? I mean, I guess hotel rooms get really expensive.
Well, if you
Robert is heading out. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for stopping by.
Coming,
Have a good night.
Good night.
If you're only making a few parts, 3D printing can be more cost effective. Yes, that makes sense.
I think if it's an apartment, you would have like more things.
More space, maybe
More
cheaper.
space.
1 month of an apartment versus 1 month of nightly hotel fees.
But like, I don't know if I want to go on a 1 month vacation
Yeah.
because we don't have that kind of time.
Yeah, so he makes a good point about number of parts. If you're only making 3 things, then like you don't want to tool up for mass production and make 3 things. But you could print 3 things.
Eat normal food in an apartment.
Create features like voids. Yeah, see that's what I mean. You can do things with 3D printing that you can't do with other things. Apartment probably has more space, that's true. No room service though.
You mean you would go on a vacation to cook food?
You can get carry out or whatever.
Oh, that's true.
It makes sense. It would be nice. I mean, I would just like a week of being at my house, even as opposed to like a hotel nearby, like an hour away. Apartments have kitchens, unlike a lot of hotels. That's true. I've been to some hotels that have kitchens, but they're usually not like full service kitchens.
No.
They're like kitchenettes that no one uses. You're heading out, okay. Novocaine 009. Thank you very much for stopping by.
All right.
Good night
thank you
from
for coming,
California. I have a lot of family in California.
Yeah.
Kitchens you can use. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the last time we were at a hotel, it had a kitchen, but it was like a half-size dishwasher and a 20-year-old oven. And I usually like really old appliances over the new ones because I don't like the new ones. But still, like, all of it was like barely functioning. I bet no one ever used them, and they just sat there for the majority of the time.
But if you
Coffee
like,
maker worked though.
if you rent an apartment though, like, would you have to leave it, like, clean it up, like leave it
Probably.
the way you walked in?
$520 a month for 1-bedroom apartment in deep South Texas. That's pretty good pay right there. $520 a month. The brief time I lived in Boston, it was like triple that or more for a 1-bedroom
Oh
apartment.
yeah, it was like expensive.
The one place we were at was like, it was nice, but it was like really inconveniently located, and there was no bus service. So you can't walk to the train, and there's no
Even
bus
though you could
service.
see the train station, it was like right there.
Yeah.
But you need to take the car.
Yeah, so like that would drive the price down, right? And it was still like $1,800 a month.
Yep.
And we were in the smallest apartment of the place. And the thing
Can't
is,
believe we paid that much.
if we moved somewhere else in town, it would be more conveniently located, but it would be a dump,
In a
and it would
bad
still be
neighborhood.
$1,800 a month. It wouldn't be any cheaper. Paid $700 for a bachelor pad, 1 room plus bath. That's not bad.
Yeah.
700 Canadian even. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Bought the new Skynet printer. Don't worry at all. Just don't hook it up to the internet. Be safe.
What's a Skynet printer?
Skynet is the thing in the Terminator, the AI that took over the world. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So don't and it according to like Terminator 3 or whatever it was, one of those movies, when they hooked Skynet up to the World Wide Web, it like invaded the internet and was
my.
unstoppable. Yeah. So hooking Skynet wasn't too bad until they hooked it up to the internet, and then humanity was doomed. 700 for a bachelor pad, that's not bad. I don't know what apartment prices are around here, but they're not too bad. There aren't that many like not a lot of people here in apartments though.
But I think we're paying not too much more than that for mortgage at this house, though.
Yeah. Just wondering, because during the lockdown, saw a lot of people 3D printing mask parts, other medical stuff. Man, that seems like a slow way of doing it. Yeah, I think it is. But like, if you think about like like you can mass produce things in a factory, but an average person can have a printer and they can print a bunch of stuff, right? So it may be slow per individual thing, but like you could print individual parts, a bunch of them, together, and you might not be able to print 1,000 of them really quick, but if you can print 3 or 4 of them pretty quick, like that's good enough for you, right?
And the mask part, I remember it was like a thinged hook on the back of your head, so that
Yeah, there were a
it
bunch
didn't
of
go
them.
over your ears, so it doesn't hurt your ears. Those pieces are very thin because they have to be flexible. So if you were to print those, you could probably print like 5 or 6 of them and go pretty quick because they're very thin.
Yeah, and you can get flexible filament, so it's kind of squishy and flexible. Number of people involved. Yeah, see, that's the thing. You need lots of printers to make lots of parts.
Someone's near Appleton.
Someone's near 700 for a 2-bedroom near Appleton. That's not bad.
Ooh,
We lived in Appleton for for 4 years
college.
when we were in college. I guess, does that count as living in Appleton? Because we're not there
Well-
for a year. We're there for 9 months, and they say, it's summer, get lost. Come back in the fall and bring lots more money. Michael Brown, just got here, what's going on? I have this printer that I built on the last stream, and we're upgrading it to a multi-material upgrade. But to upgrade it, we need some 3D printed parts in order to attach that and all of its extra things. So we're printing the parts to put that on there.
And now we're just talking.
And now we're just
about
talking because
random
it's been
things.
going for 3 hours, and it's not even half done. So,
Yes.
so we've just been talking, and people are still here, and people are still chatting. So I'm still here. You ever
Yeah.
used a dual extruder printer? No, I have not tried that. I think even this puts on 5 filaments. It still only uses a single extruder. So it goes through some fancy witchcraft to only have one extruder with all the materials. 3D printer recursion, that's right. I've actually never tried a non-Prusa printer. And I think all Prusa printers are only one nozzle. But I will have a 5 material one here eventually. Make face shield frames.
Eventually.
Yeah, that would be nice. See, for me with the face shield, the frames, that's never the problem. Like, you only need one frame. It's the cover that always goes nasty on me. Multicolor printer wastes so much filament. I have heard that. What's
You
for
can clean
breakfast?
this.
Well, it prints, like, next to your parts, it prints a tower to keep cleaning the nozzle.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Twice the pain and 3 times the work. You have a dual extruder. Yeah, that would be tricky, right? Because you have to make sure both the nozzles are exactly the same height. Right, I think that's why they went with only one extruder here. What's for breakfast? Breakfast is in many hours, although the thing I had here is now gone. Now gone.
Gone.
It was very delicious, though. Changing a factory over to produce a new part, more complex. Cannot get steel for a new mold, have shop. Yeah, that makes sense. So, because of COVID, with everything being expensive or out of stock, retooling would be difficult. But with a 3D printer, you don't have to retool, it just goes. You know, you just click go, and you can put in a different file, and it'll just make the new thing. But it makes the new thing at an incredibly slow pace. Like there's an argument I've been following in ceramics, like artsy pottery, where you can make a 3D printer extrude slip clay goop, and you 3D print stuff, and people say that's cheating. Or they use 3D printing to make a mold and do slip casting. So you have a plaster mold, pour the liquid clay in, the plaster soaks up the water, dump out the extra into a hollow shape. That's how a lot of things are made. And they're like, that's cheating. Like, yeah, well, it takes triple the amount of work and time per one thing. It's not that cheating. Like, I can put a lump of clay on a wheel and throw a whole bunch of cups faster than I can slip cast one.
Well, maybe they are calling it cheating because that you can like easily make an even shape.
Make replicas and stuff.
Yeah.
I guess, but like amount of effort to go into it, it's like, it's so much more work.
It's like a different method of making something.
Yeah, I think you need a multi-process printer, router, laser, any thoughts? I haven't really looked into those because they seem so expensive, but that seems like, those seem like the best way to get like multiple issues worked out. So like I have to make, this is only a printer, right? And then if I'm going to use the prints for anything, and I need them to be like nice, I have to then spend time with like pliers and an X-Acto knife and sandpaper and filler. And if the machine could print and then clean up on its own, that would save so much work and probably be much more exact. But I think as a result, they're much more expensive. Like this is basically just a hobby thing, a hobbyist printer. You know, so if
Is
you
it
get,
really?
yeah. So like, you can get 3D printers to do a lot of stuff like that, like the sintering ones, and then they're like laser sintered metal ones that also are like a CNC machine to like print apart and then machine it and stuff. But they're like big bucks.
Do you design 3D prints?
Do I design 3D prints? Example Fusion 360. Yes, and I use Fusion 360 because it's free. You could do something with dissolving supports. Yes, I could do something with dissolving supports with this new upgrade thing,
Cool.
which will be very interesting.
Yes.
Speaking of food, oh no, chicken soaked in soy sauce, lemon juice, olive oil, charcoal, grill it, tastes awesome. That does sound quite good.
That sounds like a very good combination.
The most recent says save cleanup time. Yeah, that's what I think. The multi-process ones would be nice. And also soluble supports would be great. Save cleanup time. ABS and smooth with acetone. I've heard of that. I've never tried that.
Do you have ABS?
I do have some ABS. I don't know if I have any left, but I had used some ABS and I had never smoothed a single print. I've never tried that. But I've heard a couple of different processes to do the smoothing and stuff.
Connor says good night.
Have a good night. Connor, thank you. Thank you
you
very
for
much.
coming.
And thank you for subscribing. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm certainly having a better time now, that's for sure.
You are?
Yeah, with more caffeine, now I'm awake. It's great. I might not be able to
it was
sleep
the
tonight.
caffeine.
Yeah. And because you're here, obviously. Tool that does a lot of things, but more poorly than a dedicated tool. Yeah, I just haven't looked into the multi-process things much. I mean, there's so many different things out there. That's what you're thinking. Yeah, I think you run into that. So, like, maybe it can do multiple things, but not as well, or it can do multiple things very well, but you got to pay through the nose, like selling your organs to like fund the thing. I mean, that's always an issue, right? Like, you can have something that's really specialized, or something that's general but not as good, or really good and general but not cheap. They look cool though. They definitely do look cool. PVA is very hydroscopic, greatly affects success, support material. Interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Multi-material colors really slows down the print speed. Yeah, I think it does, because it has to print that extra tower of like purging, of the purging plastic. Thanks for being interested. Well, thank you for watching. Daring956, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Glad you think we're interesting.
Yep. Good, cheap, quick, pick two. Yeah, there you go. And even cheap, I'm not sure anything truly great is ever that cheap. Like, even simple tool, like a simple one task kind of tool, the really good ones still aren't cheap. I mean, they can be cheaper, but still not that cheap. Like, man, just trying to find a pair of wire cutters for work that don't suck. That was enough of a challenge.
Do you have like a picture of what it's supposed to look like?
No, I don't. I have this. Hang on.
Is that what it's supposed to be?
Yeah, these are the parts.
Oh.
So I'm going to show people here. These are the parts. Whoops.
Wait.
No, hang on. Those are the
There.
parts. You see, we got
Yes,
this
I
many of
see.
them. They're not
I
very high.
see.
These go together to form a thing called the buffer. I think it's called the buffer. So it's the parts that the filament goes into, and then they go from that thing into this thing through the clear plastic tubes that I showed many hours ago.
Can't see the chat.
Can't see the chat. My bad. Sorry. True quality tools cost. Yes, that's true.
Food dehydrate to drying filament. If you pick a moisture. Oh.
Yes, that seems interesting. I saw a guy the other day who had a freeze dryer in his house. An awesome freeze dryer. He gave me some zucchini chips that were crispy like chips, but they were just freeze dried. They were excellent.
He brought home a large jar of it, but it was mostly empty.
I brought a large jar with 10% of the zucchini chips left, and it was definitely full when I got it. Yep, they were very tasty.
I don't think our food dehydrator, each tier is tall enough for any of this filament to fit in, though.
Yeah, it would have to be like full size to just do one.
It would have to be one of those dehydrators where, like, because ours is like you stack it by tier,
Yeah.
but instead it's like a container with like shelves on it. You can take the shelves out, then you can put that in or something, you know?
Yeah, it would be nice to purge into infill. That is a great idea. Why don't they do that? That's a very good point. That would be excellent. That would be a great way to not waste the purge. For nylon, you need a special dry box. I do have one. I have a over there. You can't see it.
It's like a sealed.
It's like one of those like big Tupperware bins, but with a rubber seal around. It's just full of silica gel.
Yeah, I think. And
Don't tell on yourself. Yes.
I don't think you even like took it out of the sealed plastic anyway.
I did have a roll of. It wasn't nylon. It was what is it? One of the other filaments that sucks in water. And I haven't taken it out of the plastic. It's still in the plastic with the silica gel, and that bag, that sealed thing with the silica gel, is in a sealed bin full of silica gel.
That's
Freeze dryers are cool. I
expensive.
run 25. Yep, he said it was about $3,000.
Wow.
Yep, it looked pretty insane too.
Like,
It was-
what would, so okay.
it goes to like 60 below zero or something, and pulls a vacuum on everything.
So how long does it take him to freeze dry things?
No idea. But apparently it's all he does, because he had like his basement was just full.
Does he like sell those?
Well, I think he eats them.
So he's getting his money's worth out of it?
Yeah, and his whole backyard is nothing but garden. He even had raised beds on his driveway just full of onions. Dude liked food, I know that much.
You know,
He was a very large guy, and it looked like he ate tons of veggies. So how can a guy get that big on zucchini if he's not eating tons of the stuff? And I would too. Those chips were great.
yeah.
They were really good.
I mean, like our garden, like we have just one plant of zucchini,
Yeah.
and it's producing a lot of zucchini.
Yeah, the one zucchini plant is enough
So-
for our family.
So like, if we can afford something like that, we could be making a lot of chips out of it.
Yeah.
Right now, because I'm like, at this point, I'm like, I'm gonna start giving them away. Because like,
Yeah. Always
I'm
buy
getting-
2 bags of chips. Eat one before you get home. No one knows. See? He knows what's up. I should have done that. Sounds like a prepper. Maybe. He didn't seem like he was preppering in any other way. Other than just tons of food. Auxiliary character. Hello! Wavy emoji.
Hello.
Got big off of depression. Oh, that's too bad. I was depressed for a while, and I was also fairly large. I'm not sure they were linked. Well, maybe.
Well,
I think it was
you got big.
I think
Then you got.
I think the bad food did both. You know?
You did lose weight in the, before, and then you gained it
Yeah.
all back.
I never lost that much though. I never lost this much before.
No, but like you
That
did
was all
lose
kind
like
of together.
20 pounds for the wedding, though.
I did with a lot of exercise.
Yeah.
And Coke Zero instead of Mountain Dew.
And then we went right back to Mountain Dew.
Yeah, that was bad. And now I'm on like no soda.
I know
Gotta get
sometimes.
to bed. John, thank you for stopping by.
Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you for you always show up to all of them. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Freeze dry process depends on moisture of the food. Typically 12 hours up to 5 days. 1 to 2
Wow,
is
that
very
takes
common.
longer than
That's
the
a long time.
dehydrator thing.
Yeah,
the dehydrator
that is a lot.
Yeah.
Mountain Dew is life. It used to be for me. I cut
Yeah, we
Mountain
used
Dew.
to have stacks.
I cut the Mountain Dew and a lot of the other junk food and lost 60 pounds. So here's a fun thing that you definitely should not do. Look at me in a recent video, then watch the very first video on the channel.
Sometimes my YouTube feed will remind me of old videos of yours.
Yeah?
And I'm like, whoa. Like,
Yeah. Huge difference. Gotten big off hiding cookies and chips. Hey, cookies are good though. I do like cookies. Got any time for Roy to drop sage advice on cookie buying? Yeah, that is a good tip.
Hello, Steven.
I actually hadn't thought of that. Buy 2. Except I didn't buy the thing of chips. The guy just gave me one bin. I couldn't say, can I have 2 so I can eat one without telling my wife? Because that would be weird.
I just realized a lot of the people don't know my name. I thought I had mentioned it before.
Mrs. Paul?
Should I stay with Mrs. Paul?
You can't say Mrs. Paul, though, because I had a teacher in elementary school whose name was actually Mrs. Paul.
There is.
Her last name, Paull.
Yeah,
Mrs.
like
Paul.
the politician.
Yeah, his Ron Paul, he's
Yeah.
only a 1 L. She had 2 L's.
Oh.
Sarah. Yeah, he's got it. There you
Yes.
go.
Yes.
You did say it at one
Sarah.
point.
Yes.
Lost 20 pounds, switched to only water, no other diet changes. So I switched from like all junk food to no soda. I switched to black coffee because I needed the caffeine or I would die.
He used to be like Mountain Dew with chips and salsa all the time.
Yeah.
And then Skittles.
So I switched to like healthy food, like none of the
Yeah.
sugary stuff, no soda, no chips, nothing with like no cake, no ice cream. Well, we do eat ice cream, but it's like
Yeah.
that sugar-free vegan, not vegan,
Not vegan.
keto ice cream, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Mrs. Garage. There you go.
Mrs.
He's got the name.
Garage.
So like that, switching to that, and not eating constantly, lost 60 pounds. Even though I still eat quite a lot when I
Yeah.
do eat.
And it not only
quite a
did it
lot.
like physically, you had a dramatic physical change, but you had a dramatic mental health change
Yeah.
too.
In 3 days, tons of energy. Just had to look at your first video. I'm sorry to hear that. However, you did in much respect. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was literally just diet change, and not like a diet. I didn't like go on a crash diet. I just stopped eating
No.
garbage and started eating healthy food and
And
not
then-
sugary stuff.
Your weight loss was like so quick that I remember like people in the comments in your videos were like, "Are you okay?
Yeah.
Because you look
are
so."
you are you dying? What's happening? Recently heard about espresso machines. I had an espresso machine for a little while.
Yeah. But I think-
Move more, eat less. It wasn't just that. It was eat better.
Yes.
So like
eat
quality.
better.
Like I was already moving a lot, and we were already exercising.
Yeah, we cut out a lot of carbs in our diet.
Yeah. Mostly like anything that comes like packaged in a can.
She who must be obeyed,
Yes, that's right.
but he never does.
I do sometimes.
No, you don't.
She's very enabling. We'll just leave it at that. Andrew is taking off and watching for a bit. Say goodnight. Well, thank you for watching for a bit.
Yeah.
Glad to have you here. Did someone say eat butter? I do eat. Well, I don't.
You know what?
I don't
Butter is
eat
actually
butter,
okay to eat.
but I do eat stuff with butter.
Butter is
I've-
actually good.
I've literally never stopped eating butter though. It's not like I switched from something to butter.
Mm-hmm.
I just like why have anything but butter on stuff
Like
when
if you,
butter's so good.
yeah,
It's so tasty.
like if you decide to cut like carbs out of your diet, you'd be surprised how many foods have carbs in it.
Yeah.
It's like literally almost everything has carbs in it.
Yeah, everything. And
Like
a
we're
lot of
not
them-
just talking like sugar, like
A lot
all
of
their
them are
forms.
unhealthy carbs.
Yeah.
Like we didn't like cut carbs totally out of our diet. Like I
No.
still eat like bananas and stuff. But like a banana versus a can of Mountain Dew, very
Yeah.
different kinds of energy there.
I think it's like
Hot take, toasters are bad. But carbs taste good. They do taste good.
they are. I know. Yeah, they are very delicious.
Protein and fat also taste good. Butter is excellent.
Yes.
Butter and bacon.
Kerrygold, yes.
Maybe not together.
Kerrygold butter is good.
Kerrygold does taste pretty good. I think all the butter tastes pretty good, but I've always not liked the fake butter. I've always thought like those other ones taste kind of plasticky. I don't know. Partner, I catch a 2-year-old eating butter straight from the tub. Yeah, your
Actually,
2-year-old knows what's up.
when our daughter was like that age, when
Yeah.
she was like before 2, she was like 1.5. We had a fridge, like it was like like fridge and a freezer on the top.
Yeah.
I once caught her with the fridge door open and she was literally dunking her hand into the butter
Oh.
and eating it. I was like, what? Like
Anything you cook in a toaster will be better in a pan. Interesting.
that's true,
That's true? Let's throw out the toaster.
but like a toaster is so much more convenient.
Toaster's convenient. So is a microwave.
Well, you can't really toast in the microwave.
I'm just saying, like, microwaves
Yeah.
are convenient, but nothing you can microwave isn't better in an oven.
That's true. That's true. And anything that you could do it like on a cooktop, like
Yeah.
on a stove, is probably better than toaster.
Yeah, that's true. Can buy deep fried butter. I've heard of that. That sounds a little
What do you mean
terrifying.
deep fried?
Stick of butter,
butter?
bread it, and deep fry it. Yeah. Air dryer. I like air dryers. We
Air
have
fryer,
air
you mean?
fryer, yeah.
Yeah.
So we have an air fryer, and like one of my favorite things out of the air fryer is the Brussels sprouts.
Oh yeah.
Cut in half, put some stuff on it in the air fryer. It's great.
I don't know. We've had that air fryer for how many years now? I think 4 years.
A while, yeah.
But right now, like everything's okay except like the the container that goes in and out, the bottom is peeling and there's rust forming.
Yeah, the
But
air
it's not
fryer.
touching the
The
food,
air
though.
fryer has definitely had its use.
Yeah.
Also dropped 60 pounds just walking 7 miles a day, eating more fruits and vegetables. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Better quality food and exercise. I've always been very active in general.
Because of your work, yeah.
Because of my work, but like I never exercised more or less. Like we still exercise the same amount as we did when I was like really chubby. But I just ate better quality food and less sugary crap. Another from Christ-Centered Ironworks.
Oh,
Thank you for the super chat.
thank
Gotta
you.
go. Got to throw up one more donation for the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You approve of this message, yes. Christ-Centered Ironworks. Roy approves of this message. Have a good night. Thanks for
Yes.
stopping by. I know it's late for you there.
Yeah.
So, but thank you. Thank you very much. And everyone, last minute, just to remind everybody, Christ-Centered Ironworks is a channel where Roy there does a lot of forging. If you're into forging and you got sick of everyone just making knife after knife after knife and you want to see some like useful things that are being forged, go check out his channel. Air fryer is a very misleading name for a mini convection oven, but they are cool. Yeah. I mean, clearly you're not frying with air, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you also don't have to preheat a giant oven for a small tray of chicken wings.
It seems
it's-
like from what I read some recipes, I think there are air fryers that you have to preheat.
Yeah.
But the one we have, we don't have to. I can just like put the stuff in and then get the temperature and it'll start going.
Yeah. We used to have
Toaster
a
oven?
toaster oven.
We still have it. I just didn't take it out because I don't have space
Oh,
to
where
leave
is-
it out anywhere.
Can I have the toaster oven for powder coating?
Well, you know what? At this point, I'm hoping like
Actually, no. I don't want the toaster. I have that other kiln. I can do powder coating
Yeah, I'm hoping like the next house we move to, I'll have more space to actually pull it out
Yeah.
and use it. Because I
Can
was
he
sad.
forge world peace? Well, he can try. He can forge a lot of stuff. So he's
Will it last though?
Will it last? Does it ever? Nothing with iron will last forever. It will rust
No.
eventually. It is nice though seeing like someone forging stuff that isn't just like sword after sword after sword. It's like how many
Yeah.
swords do you need? 6? 10? Like eventually you're gonna run out of reasons to have more swords. Had to live out a very confined space like a van or a boat. Replace the stove with an air fryer and induction cook plate. That
Good
would be
idea,
nice.
yeah.
Yeah. And I wonder what the air fryer probably uses less power. Does it use less power than a microwave? Because a microwave is like 110 volts and like 14 amps.
I think it might use less.
I don't know. Might not be as fast, but speed isn't everything. There's always flavor.
Never enough
Never
sword.
enough swords. Always reason for more swords. Okay, I suppose one more than the number of hands that you have. There you go.
Oh,
3D Head Tutor, thank you. Christ
Thank
Centered Ironworks.
you.
We are partners in crime. That's
Aw.
right. Thank you very much. 3D Head Tutor and Christ Centered Ironworks have been competing to co-sponsor the channel.
you don't have to though.
You don't
Like,
have
why
to.
are you?
I would like to reiterate that I thought the super chat was off. But it's on, and thank you very much. I appreciate the support. Thank you very much for your €5 donation. Euros, all fancy. I don't know if they're fancy where you are, but they're fancy in the U.S.
They are probably selling them.
Melting Matters. Got to head off. Thank you very much for stopping by.
Yeah.
Most people forging stores are just selling them. I assume so. I remember going to a Renaissance fair that's in Bristol, not too far from here. Every year, every weekend in the summer, they have this huge Renaissance fair, and there's like 1 or 2 stores that are just solid swords.
Wow.
And they
I've
say
never been to
all
a
of them.
Renaissance fair.
They say all of the swords they sell, everything they sell is battle ready, which basically means it's not stainless steel and it's not going to break in half as soon as you hit someone else's sword with
and
it.
it's sharpened.
No, none of them are sharpened. They're not. Well, like they're obviously not for battle. They're mostly for reenactment and like stage performances and like HEMA, historic European martial arts. And like if you're learning martial arts, you're not trying to actually kill the other guy. You're just trying to have fun and exercise. So they're tough. Same with like acting. You don't want to kill the other actor, so none of them are sharpened. If it's made by men, it's going to break. Eventually, yes, that's true.
That's
Making stuff. $5.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your $5 super chat. It's been great watching you. Got to go make stuff now. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Have a good making stuff. If you make anything cool or anything, post it in the Discord if you want.
Yeah.
The Discord, I don't have a link for the Discord handy, but there's one in the description of every single video. HEMA sounds pretty awesome. It does sound pretty awesome. I've never tried it.
Do you
but if
ever
I
want to go back to the Renaissance Fair again?
Yeah, it would be cool, I guess. I mean, now I know people who are like selling stuff there as vendors, so it might be neat to go say hi.
Is the one in Bristol the closest one?
It's the closest big one.
Ooh.
That would be pretty cool.
I've never been to one.
HEMA does sound pretty awesome. So I was briefly a TA teaching a intro to anthropology class at Binghamton University, and one of the things was the students all had team up, and they had to go join a club that they weren't in and try to figure it out, do like a cultural like an ethnography, it's called. So you go try to learn about the culture but by like being in it, like join it, talk to people about it, write stuff down. And one of the groups that was in my class, three girls, I was the teacher, so I didn't have to do this project. I just had to grade all of them. There were 3 who were like really good students, and they joined a LARP club. It's LARP, live action role play. It's not quite like HEMA, but it's more like you dress up and you like beat each other with foam weaponry. You know?
Oh,
and
I've seen those.
that was probably my favorite paper to read was that one. They definitely got an A. Also because they were really attendant. They always showed up to class, and they were always really interactive, and they were very smart people, but it was really fun.
Ted asked.
Fun evening chat. Stumbled across the regular event. No, but it should be.
It should be. We can make it a regular
Last
event.
month, I built the printer on stream, and then this month I was gonna put the multi-material upgrade on it, but I have to print some parts. So now it's printing, and we're just talking.
You should do that, like a 3D printing stream, and you just print
just
something
set something
random.
to print and
Yeah,
talk for like 3 hours. That would be great. HEMA sounds like LARP, but LARP is just D&D at a park. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it seems fun either way. I mean, you get to hit each other with stuff.
Yeah. What's it?
Older siblings,
SCA?
SCA. Yeah, what is the SCA? I don't know that acronym. Thought of a modern soldier breaching and clearing rooms wearing modern plate carriers, holding a battle-ready sword is funny. Yeah, that would be pretty. It would definitely take the enemy by surprise. Like, wait, a sword? Really? And by the time you figure out he's a crazy person, he's already stabbed you and he wins. So that way, the sword is better. Also, he doesn't run out of ammo. That would be nice. SCA. I don't know that one.
Let's guess. Is it like similar to HEMA and LARP?
It's probably something Society for Creative Anachronism. There you go.
Maybe it's a society or something. So it's
Society of
something.
something. Or it's the
Creative
something association. It would be any of those would be pretty fun, but gotta have time.
Yes.
Our daughter keeps saying she wants to go in for like Taekwondo or something. It's like, you're already in like 6 things. Why would you go to the one thing where someone's supposed to kick you in the head?
Well, here's one more thing though. If she wants to do it, I want her to do it properly, but I don't know if there's a proper one here.
Probably not a proper one here. Medieval reenactment. Okay, that would be cool. I've seen some people into things like that. So it's sort of like HEMA, right? But it's more like, is it more like battle reenactment versus like one-on-one sword fighting?
Like, would you reenact like an actual historical event?
Does the name Lindy Beige mean anything to you? Because I think he talks about that stuff a lot.
Like is that kind of like a people doing like Civil War reenactment and people
Civil War
wearing red
reenactment,
coat,
but
blue
medieval?
coat? Yeah.
That would be fun. International organization devoted to reenactment of pre-17th century skills, arts, combat, culture, history. That would be cool. That would be really interesting.
Like of Europe then?
Probably. Not just combat. Nice. I've been live for 4 hours. You're crazy. Yes. Welcome,
Yes.
ZK. Hello.
Hi, ZK.
Another 3D print guy, among many other things. Yes. So ZK, you missed it. I was gonna put this multi-material upgrade on this Mark III printer. And I didn't realize until 10 minutes before I went live that I have to print a bunch of parts first.
Yes.
So
He is so good at planning.
just excellent planning on my part. So I went on the Prusa website, got the files, put them into Kira, stuck it in there, hit print, And that was 3.5 hours ago, and it's still not half done of batch number 1 of parts that I need.
How many batches are there?
I don't know. I just started printing the first part. You're running your folks at Woodman's, more like Fleet Farm. Now that you know what you look like. Yes, sounds good. I am never in Woodman's.
You might
And
run into me.
farm, and we have a farm in Fleet. Yeah,
Yes.
not Fleet Farm. Not including all the parts. Well, I did get this upgrade kit secondhand, and 5 minutes of preparation on my part would have solved this issue, but I didn't do the 5 minutes of preparation, and I was still late starting the stream. But I think I got everything else. And it's
Ted said good night.
good. Oh, Ted said good night. Yes, good night.
Good night.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
Hope to see you again. But this is a great test, right? Because I built the thing, I finished building it off stream, I set it up off stream, and now this is visual proof that printer that I built actually works.
Well, you have here two more proofs.
Yeah, and I printed the Benchy, which came out great, and then I printed the Triceratops skull, which came out great.
Specialty Coffee Association.
Yeah, I'll sign up to that one immediately. Sure to print parts before you dismantle the old one. Yes, that's a good point. I do have another printer over there.
Are you
that I
going
could
to
print
dismantle
parts.
that one?
No, I'm not touching that one. I'm going to
Okay.
dismantle this one.
What do you mean dismantle? Oh.
Because you got to change a bunch of parts.
Okay.
So-
to add this?
Yeah, but if I end up needing something, I got the old Mark II over there, and that'll work. That works just fine.
You gotta go, Bill Flint. Well, thanks
Bill
for
Flint
stopping
taking off.
by.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
And for hanging out. Had a very good time. I'm still having a good time. It's 11 o'clock,
Yeah.
and I'm surprised how nice the print.
What is your
looking.
other printer? It's the exact same one.
Yeah, well, this is a Mark III S Plus, and over there is a Mark II S, so it's an older one of that.
But visually, it looks the same, except for a very few parts.
Time to crank up the print speed. Yeah, we had that discussion earlier. We're at 130% right now.
You don't
It
want to
was-
crank it up with 140?
I don't think I want to crank it more.
No? Why?
Just join. What are you printing? Parts?
For this.
Printing parts for this. This is a multi-material upgrade. This is a one material printer. I need parts to put that on here. That is what we are printing. So we're going to print
Yes.
all of them. This one set of parts is going to print until long after I'm done tonight. And then I'm going to print the rest of them off stream. And then I'm going to stream. The next time I stream, I'm going to have all the parts. And I'm going to double check that to make sure I have all the parts. And then we're going to put them on. What multi-material is the MMU2 something? So it prints five materials. What was your print time estimate in Cura? You know, I didn't check. Let me see. 7 hours 45 minutes.
Oh, wow. It's been like 3 hours
It's been
and
3
35.
hours and we're not halfway. So that makes sense.
Yes.
That makes sense. Oh. And I'm sitting in front of a shelf right now, so my leg is not happy. Ugh. And I'm sitting on a swivelly round bench. But yeah, then we'll get that printed, and then I'll have the multi-material stuff. Looking at getting one of those, not sure which brand yet.
You mean the 3D printer?
Memory,
Prusa.
it's multi-material something. Prusas are so slow, but such good quality. I have no experience with anything other than Prusas. I can confirm they take forever, and the
They
prints
do.
look really good. And I don't have to mess with it that much because it does auto bed leveling, assuming nothing's broken. And I just have not had an issue. I almost never had an issue with the old Mark II. The Mark III is basically new.
Prusa XL? Does that mean it's bigger than this?
Prusa XL. How XL?
Maybe it's bigger so you can print bigger things.
You know, I've noticed you print a lot of stuff, so maybe you can corroborate this. I've noticed most things I want to print are about yay big, or they're this big. So they're either small, and I could probably print on a smaller printer, or they're enormous, and I have to print it in many parts. So if I could get like a really nice printer this size, that could print like maybe a resin printer this size, or like one the size of like an engine block, I would be happy. I don't need anything in the middle. 300 millimeter cube. That would be insane. That would be awesome.
What do you mean? Cube.
300 millimeter cube? It would
Like-
be big.
Bigger than this is not.
Bigger. That's not 300 millimeter. No.
What is this? 20?
Yes, exactly. Leophis, or however that's pronounced. Yeah. everything I want to print is like yay big, or it's gigantic. 400 millimeter cube. That would be even better.
It's talking about this space, right?
The print space.
Oh.
So this is not a 300 millimeter cube. It's like 210 by 240 or something. But 400 would be great. That would be really big.
Yeah.
There's one of the Creality ones that was like half a meter, right? Like 500, 500, 500. That would be great. That would be. I mean, it would take forever to print stuff, but it would still be pretty cool. But most things, like I said, are just not big. Everything I want to print is small or gigantic. I knew a guy, I think I talked about this in the last stream. I was at a guy's house once and he was building a 3D printer that looked like you could print an office chair in the thing. And I don't know if he ever got it working. But he made the frame out of very thin walled half-inch copper pipe. And I really doubt it was tough enough.
Wait, he was making it from scratch?
From scratch. I think he had the electronics down pat, but it was the frame. It looked like he was an electrical engineer and not a mechanical engineer. But I really hope it worked because the thing was huge.
You know, we don't live in that big of a town, and you seem to meet such unique people.
I go to 10 houses a day to fix something.
I know,
meet
but
everybody.
We don't live in like a big city or anything, but
Yeah.
and yet it seems to be still full of weirdos and interesting people.
Can't get behind how messy resin printing is, but I want one too. So the guy who sent me this I got this secondhand from a guy, very generous dude. He's a patron. I'm not revealing his name because he seems like a private guy, but he has multiple FDM printers and a resin printer. He said the resin printer, the prints are amazing, but the smell is horrible. The cleanup is terrible, and it's very expensive. So he's probably not going to use it much. That's what he told me. And he's an engineer by profession, so I'm going to listen to him. But I still kind of want a resin printer, if even to mess around with it.
Just do like resin art.
Mine is 200 by 300. Extra length is nice. The 0.5 millimeter is even better. 0.5. So I think this is a 0.4, right? So yours is a little bigger. So it prints a little faster, or it's a little. I don't know. I think mine's a 0.4 millimeter. Prusa XL might be a tool changer too. That would be neat. Keep looking at the resin stuff, but it's so messy. Yeah, the mess could be a problem. Also the smell, because like all this is like my basement, right? So if something reeks down here, the whole house is gonna reek because there's like HVAC, like vents and stuff. Default is 0.4. Okay. Want to borrow mine? You're not using it. You're not using your resin printer. I would not mind borrowing a resin printer. I think I would prefer to like go to a place where someone has a resin printer and just see it in action. That would be best. 0.4, 0.6, or 0.5, 0.6, nice for improving print time if details aren't needed.
Oh yeah.
0.4, the details are pretty good. The only issue I've had with details is like I tried to print a little car. It was an Opel Manta about that big. Not all the details, not all like the headlights and grill slats and stuff, obviously didn't come out real great. Too smelly for an apartment. All right.
You have to have a printer, the washer, the curing station, the
three machines. Yeah. See, that sounds crazy. You don't have a local makerspace? I really doubt it. I doubt I have a local makerspace. I can't even think of one. I think like universities, some of them have a shared makerspace kind of thing.
Is that like a studio?
Yeah, you can rent a studio full of equipment and use it for a fee.
Okay.
But around here, like everyone's got a 2-car garage or bigger. So like everyone's got their own stuff. Good night and goodbye from Australia. Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Have a good day, or morning, or afternoon, or whatever time it is there.
It's probably like
have a great rest of your Sunday. How about that?
Yes.
Resin printers contain a lot of alcohol for washing of the prints. That makes sense. Lot of washing. Lot of washing.
Yeah, I bet like the cleanup is a pain.
The thing I like about these, I'm printing in PLA, and there's barely any smell. So like I don't have to worry.
No smell.
Pretty much no smell. I mean, the ABS, when I was doing ABS, there would be a little bit of smell sometimes, but it's not bad because like I would just leave. I set it to go and I'll go. Pretty much everything printed is mechanical, so extra detail is needed. That's a good point. Yeah, like if you're not printing, like, you don't need accurate teeth on your skull of a Triceratops, then that's not that big a deal. Value extra speed. That's a good point. So like I've never done much for speedy printing. I usually just set it to go and then I leave for a day or however long it takes. Small imprints, Borons are what people are setting Benchy speedrunner records with. Someone was talking about those in the last stream. Like they're much faster, right? I mean, I can see where that would be a big draw because these things take forever. These Prusos take forever. And if it can go faster, that would be nice. But like again, I'm not really pressed for time. PLA smells like maple syrup. Yes, that is a good point. I never thought about that, but it does. It smells very much like. I mean, it's plant-based, so that makes sense. A lot of
I'm not really
makerspaces.
smelling anything.
You're not smelling anything. Different filaments have different smells. A lot of makerspaces closed in the last year. That makes sense too. I mean, it's
Yeah.
things had to close in the past year, but I think even before that there just weren't any around here. Forums are crazy, so what the XL is supposed to be. Yeah, nice like speedy things. Pretty much only use PETG. Really? I have a spool of PETG somewhere. I've mostly used PLA. I've done some ABS, but I've never actually opened the PETG bag, the sealed bag. Is it really that much better with layer adhesion? Because in the book, one of these, this one, talking about the different build plates. So this build plate is removable, right? And this one's smooth. There's also a textured one. They said the smooth one, you can have trouble getting PETG off of it because it will seal like really hard to the smooth build plate. The textured one releases more easily. Use PLA mostly. PETG is really great. Interesting. I'll have to try it. I will have to try that. Was that beep your phone? Yeah, my phone did beep. My phone's right here. What kind of notifications did I get? Anyone joining? No, it's people talking in the Discord. When parts break, they tend to crack like you expect plastic to. Don't have any layer issues. Nice. 3D print a small statue and cast it in bronze. I probably should do that. That sounds fun. PLA has all the pretty colors, though. That's true. PLA does have pretty colors. I'm actually surprised. I was pretty surprised by how strong just straight PLA is. How much does that 3D printer? This one? It's a Prusa i3 Mark IIIs Plus. I think the kit is $700, if I remember right. There's also a pre-assembled one, which is more. Big push for makerspaces. Many didn't survive past 2016. One tried to create a franchise style, but it failed. That's a bummer. Probably want some kind of release agent for PETG. Take chips out of glass beds. Wow, that's pretty tough.
Yeah.
PETG, ABS, PLA have all the colors. PETG, yeah, I thought that had colors. I just don't know though. My PEI bed, pretty good for PETG. You can use glue stick to make it stick less. I think that might be what this is. PEI. It might tell me in the book. But I know this book talked about build plate. Yeah, okay, coated steel. Yep, smooth PEI and textured powder coated PEI. I have the smooth one. It does mention in there something about glue stick. But it's to make it stick less. That's interesting.
With the glue stick.
The glue stick. The glue to make it glued less. To help it release. I mean, this, you can take that build plate off and it's flexible. So the idea is you can take it off and then bend it and the stuff will pop off. But if it's really sealed to it, that might be more of a problem. Yeah, maybe I should try that. I think I've read PETG is supposed to be really tough. Use hairspray on bed. I just wipe the thing with alcohol. Just never print TPU on PEI. I'll keep that in mind. Much easier, less maintenance, and hairspray glue stick. Switch to glass. I like that better. Interesting. Does things stick better? Is just smoother bottom? PETG marginally more expensive. PETG nice for prints. Ever tried molding using bitumen and sawdust? No, I have not. I've never tried that. Sounds interesting though. You know, I've just stuck with PLA for the most part because I made those bead roller dies out of PLA, and like I rolled a bead into a sheet of steel with PLA and it didn't screw them up. I didn't use them a lot, but I used them a bit and none of them failed. So, but maybe PETG might have other benefits. I think they can be more clear from what I've read, but I've never tried it. Madison, Milwaukee have the big maker spaces, have a big population to support them. One in Appleton is smaller. Have another tools and equipment. Interesting. It makes sense that it would be in like Milwaukee and Madison. PEI on glass, can print on that glue stick. Flip is been on bare glass hairspray. Interesting. PETG also has some stringiness. The worst stringiness I've had was a blue PLA. Tougher, flexible, higher heat tolerance. Nice. What's the heat tolerance relative to ABS? Because I've printed dryer vent flaps with ABS, and these seem to work, except in the sun. The sun takes them out over time. I made these dryer vent flaps that were a little bit more bird-proof and stuck them on the side of an apartment building that we were servicing. And years later, less than ABS. Okay, so I probably should stick with ABS for that then, because the air coming out can be like 200 degrees. Years later, we went there, and they were still good, and they were flapping. But if I took them and bent it, I could hear the layers kind of popping apart. So the UV does get to it. PLA gets very stringy when it's waterlogged. When I had the PLA getting stringy, it was fresh out of the bag. But I never did try to dehydrate it. Maybe I should try that. Sun and salt destroys everything. Yeah, that's true. The color in the PLA can pick up extra moisture. It's a very bold blue. I still have the filament. Hang on. It's this one. This is Atomic Filament Perfect Blue. And it was the stringiest, like right out, like I opened it up, stuck it on, and hit a print, and it was ultra stringy.
Like as you're talking, there's a string.
Like as I'm attacking, yeah. Every other Atomic Filament I got was really good though. Really nice stuff.
We're almost halfway through.
Almost halfway. Only 4 hours to go. ABS is layer adhesion, shrink warping issues. PETG is pretty good. Okay, that's nice. I remember Alex talking about ABS always popping off the bed, but I don't think he used an enclosure. I never used an enclosure either. When I printed with ABS, they were thin, they were kind of flat down, but I never had corners peel up either. I need a filament dryer. I think I should probably get one of those too. Or I wonder if I can just use, maybe I can use an electric kiln to do all that at once. Because I can just set it to heat up to like 180 and just hold it. One that needs a box for the print. Yeah. Start with ABS, trial by fire. Yeah. Sounds like it. I've never printed anything tall, nothing taller than this with ABS. I think I printed one white Pikachu, and that's it. And it didn't look good.
Oh, yeah.
Remember those little like low poly Pikachus?
Yeah.
Enclosures are needed for ABS, nylon, and PC. I've never tried nylon, although I should. I have I don't have an enclosure, but I do have the cardboard box that the other printer came in. The other printer was fully assembled, so like the printer's like that big. The fully assembled box is like that big. So I was thinking just have it there and just stick the box back over it. I've avoided ABS to not deal with an enclosure. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to try it at some point. I just don't have like a lot of space to put the printer up with the enclosure. Of course, now we have this nice table, presumably for her sewing projects that I can steal occasionally. Cough, cough. 180 would be too high to dry because they're printed 200 or 180. I was thinking 180 Fahrenheit. Or whatever Fahrenheit is the right temperature. only get up to 110 Fahrenheit. Okay, so I can set. I have an electric controller for a kiln, and I can set it to heat up to 110 or 115 or whatever, and just hold that temperature for however long. So I mean, details are details. I could fit all of my filament in it all at once, and even set up like a little bit of air circulation. Although I don't usually try to dry things really quickly, because that's how you crack stuff. And also explosions. So we're at 4 hours, 20 minutes, 26 seconds. It is 11:25. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling like I should go to bed at some point.
You know, wait
after I
until
take a
that
shower.
says 50,
Wait till it says 50?
because that's a 49 right now.
Yeah. Filament dryers are a food dehydrator with a custom enclosure. Interesting.
Oh.
True story on cracking. Yeah, you force dry ceramics, they crack. You really force dry them, they explode. Steam explosions are no joke. The only explosions in my garage have been due to steam explosions in the pottery kiln. Never propane or fire or anything else. It's a little crazy. Also, no fires have happened because of fire. I've had plenty of fires, but no fires. 49%. 49% and counting. Yet, in quotes, yes. You can get a food dehydrator, cut out the grates to fit the spools in. So our food dehydrator could fit one normal spool if I cut the grates out. That is true, but then we wouldn't have a food dehydrator.
Yeah.
It's minutes o'clock and time to make things happen. I'm heading on. All right. Thank you for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out for so long. And thanks for being at the last stream.
Yeah.
And always in the comments. I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming.
Steam can get pretty crazy. Ain't that the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Still only 49%.
Almost.
Almost 50. When it hit 50, I'm going to go take a shower.
Yes.
Catching a stream is cool. May have sliding your Patreon. Thank you very much. I would appreciate that very much. If you read the Patreon page, I spend the whole time trying to convince you to keep your money, and I stand by that.
Keep your money.
But if you insist, I will appreciate it very much so. Only explosion I've ever had was pouring aluminum. Failed to dry the plaster mold correctly. That's a bad day right there. That would be very, very scary. I have fortunately not had an explosion, a steam explosion while doing metal casting. I'm very careful about that. Made a custom thing with cardboard. Didn't have to cut the grates. That's a good idea. You can make like
Oh.
a shell around the like your own cardboard. It's like put it in the food dehydrator. That would make sense. I don't think I could fit my biggest spool, that big spool. I don't think those would fit in our food dehydrator.
That might like really border on the diameter.
Yeah, the diameter is a little too
Because ours is a
big.
round dehydrator.
Yeah,
It might like
It would-
just fit.
it would be perfect for the smaller spools.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect.
Hey, look. Duh.
50%.
50%.
All right, so we're going to head out soon. If you have any last minute comments or questions, please put them in now, and we will address them, and then we will log off.
Yeah.
Because it is 11:28 p.m.
And we got a shower and
This was a very nice, very fun stream. I
Yeah.
thought I was going to be a bit sad because I had to sit and wait for things to print, but it turned out to be pretty good. Regular 1 kilogram should fit around just fine. Yeah, I think it's perfect. It looks perfect for that.
Woo, halfway.
Ooh, 50%. Only been 3 hours. It's been fun being in your Discord. I'm glad you think so.
Yeah.
I like having people in there chatting. It's always interesting to see what people are doing. Good night, thank you for the entertainment. Thank you for stopping by and for being around for so long.
Yeah.
Hubris, yes, I've had a fun evening as well. Thanks for watching. Food
had fun,
dehydrator
too.
will stink after you dry your filament. Good point. It might taint the jerky. Have a good night, Auxiliary. All right, thank you very much, and thank you everyone else for stopping by
Yeah.
and for chatting
Thank you for
and
stopping by.
enjoying our nice our nice day. Got to be interested trying to keep track of several conversations at once. Yeah, it is a thing. I lose track of some of them, but I try.
Yep.
Good night, love the live streams. Well, I'm just gonna have to do this a lot more often then because I'm
Yeah,
having
we
fun
should
too.
make it a regular thing.
We can make it a regular
This
thing.
setup is a lot easier too instead of your phone.
Yeah, I used to duct tape my phone to a tripod, and that was my live stream. Oh, and there's the alarm. Time to go take a shower. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. What did I just say? Thank you, everyone. Tainted Jerky is a band name. Yes.
Paul
Really
and
happy with
Mrs.
company.
Garage.
Thank you for stopping by 3D Head
Yeah.
Tutor, and thank you for the super chats. Had a great time. Mud Bucket, good to see you again. ZK, good to see you again. We'll see you on the next one.
Yeah.
Hopefully not terribly long. And I again do not know where the off button is. Should do a
Good
video
night,
on the gear you
everybody.
are using to do the live stream. Maybe I can.
Yeah.
That might be. There's like extra lights and a camera and stuff. Good point. I will file that in my ideas.
Yes.
I am going to. I was pretty sure the button was on this thing. There it is.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
See you later.